dead wrong. Chapter 1, 1910 Dinner Party. The soft clinking of polished silverware and crystal glasses echoed through the lavishly decorated dining room as Dr. Harpy Crippen forced a pained smile across his lips. He watched his wife charm their dinner guests from across the long mahogany table, which practically gleamed under the bright glow of the 3 ornate brass and crystal chandeliers hanging overhead. Belle Crippen let out a trilling laugh, high and melodious, as she placed a slender, kid-gloved hand on Paul Worthington's arm and fluttered her long dark eyelashes coyly. Her cheeks were flushed a delicate pink, brought to life by the warmth and laughter. Dr. Crippen glanced down at his barely touched Wedgwood plate, the sizzling slab of roast beef dripping juices onto the smooth mirror-like glaze and releasing an aroma that mingled with the mound of fragrant rosemary potatoes and made his stomach turn after the 3rd glass of rich, oaky burgundy wine. He poked at the potatoes with the tines of his silver fork, releasing another waft of pungent rosemary that assaulted his senses. The herbs had seemed bright and savory before, but now bordered on acrid. With great reluctance, Dr. Crippen forced himself to take a small bite of the now lukewarm potatoes. The soft, mushy mouthful made him grimace as he slowly chewed and swallowed. He wished Cook hadn't been so liberal with the seasoning tonight. Washing his palate with a generous sip of the dry vintage burgundy, he observed Belle continue to enthrall their dinner guests, Paul Worthington and his wife Clara, with an animated retelling of her recent trip to Paris. "The city was simply divine," Belle exclaimed, her voice breathless and girlish as she clasped her hands together. "The sights, the sounds, the fashions, I dare say, it made our sleepy little village feel like a veritable backwater in comparison." She let out another dramatic sigh and pressed the back of her hand to her forehead, closing her eyes as if overwhelmed by the vivid memories. When she opened them again, they practically sparkled beneath her thick, dark lashes. "And the Paris Opera House, what an exquisite vision," she continued, sitting up straighter in her chair. "The soaring gilded columns, the cherubs carved into the ceiling, the lush red velvet seats, why, I wept at the sheer beauty during La Traviata." Belle delicately dabbed the corners of her eyes with the black Chantilly lace trim of her napkin, miming wiping away tears shed during the opera's poignant performance. Across the table, Clara leaned forward, utterly enraptured by Belle's vivid account and hanging on her every word. Her husband Paul nodded along enthusiastically as well, captivated by Belle's theatrical retelling. Dr. Crippen slowly swirled the burgundy liquid around in his glass, watching it coat the sides in a crimson film as he listened to his wife's tiresome monologue. He longed to retire to the solace of his 2nd-floor study, where he could lose himself in a medical text rather than endure these superficial conversations. But propriety dictated he remained trapped at the table by stifling custom. "Come now, no need to keep us all in suspense," Paul said, gray eyes twinkling with interest behind his spectacles as he grinned at Belle. "I simply must know what melodious surprise you've prepared to delight us with after dinner." Dr. Crippen lowered his glass to the table with a dull thud, sloshing a few drops of burgundy onto the pristine white tablecloth. "She does have a penchant for keeping us all guessing," he interjected before Belle could respond. He dabbed at his mouth with the embroidered napkin to hide his deepening frown. "I've learned it's best not to speculate too much with my dear wife. Her creativity knows no bounds." Belle tilted her head coyly at the underhanded compliment, the candlelight catching her silver chandelier earrings and making them sparkle. Though her smile remained fixed, there was a sudden sharpness in her emerald green gaze as it flitted to her husband. "Yes, well, we do like to keep things exciting around here, don't we?" Belle purred, her tone sickly sweet as she glared at Dr. Crippen. What good is life without a bit of music and drama to live in the spirits? Quite right, Clara chimed in, oblivious to the sudden tension. She absently twisted the large diamond solitaire ring around her puffy finger, the facets winking under the flickering candlelight. Her round cheeks were rosy from the wine as she enthused. "Oh, do delight us with something special after dinner, won't you, Belle?" "If you insist, darling," Belle replied, smiling like a self-satisfied cat who got the cream. She slowly rose from her seat, the rustling of her emerald satin gown the only sound in the hushed room. With feline grace, she glided over to the ebony piano, situated in the corner of the dining room beneath the bay windows. Dr. Crippen shifted uncomfortably in his seat as the opening notes of Belle's song softly trilled through the room. Her clear soprano voice followed, weaving an eerie, melancholy melody about a woman alone wandering the misty Yorkshire moors. She sang softly at first, delicately plucking at the higher notes, before her voice crescendoed into a haunting lament that seemed to echo off the dark wood-paneled walls. Dr. Crippen grimaced, watching as Paul and Clara leaned in with enthralled expressions, hanging on Belle's every quavering word. The dreary dirge of a song dragged on and on as Belle lingered over each note, attempting ever higher trills and runs that lay just outside her comfortable vocal range. Oblivious to how shrill and grating the off-key tones were, she closed her eyes, furrowing her brow in exaggerated anguish as she extended the tortured notes. When she finally held the last quavering note in a wavering, off-pitch cry, Clara and Paul erupted into enthusiastic applause, as if a world-class diva had just performed a show-stopping aria. "My dear, how exquisite," Clara cooed, pressing a hand over her heart. Belle smiled coyly and gave an exaggerated dainty curtsy, shooting a smug smirk across the room at her husband. "Truly tremendous talent, old boy," Paul remarked, still clapping enthusiastically as he shook his head in admiration. "You're a lucky fellow to have such a songbird for a wife." "Yes, she's full of surprises," Dr. Crippen replied tonelessly through gritted teeth, the remark ringing hollow in his ears. The rest of the evening passed in a monotonous blur of superficial small talk that left Dr. Crippen restless and eager for solitude. As Clara nattered on vapidly about the latest daring Parisian fashions, showing off the intricate floral Chantilly lace details on her sleeve, and Paul made half-hearted attempts at witty banter, Dr. Crippen found himself staring into the dying embers in the marble fireplace. He longed for this stifling facade of a dinner party to end, so he could finally retire to his study with his medical texts and pipe, losing himself in contemplation by the fire's glow. It was well past midnight by the time coats were fetched from the cloakroom, and Dr. Crippen arranged for the plain black horse-drawn carriage to ferry his weary guests home. He bid Paul and Clara a curt good night out on the front stone steps of the imposing brick manor house, the bite of the cold night air reddening his cheeks. Behind him, he could hear Belle's shrill voice pierce the night the second the heavy oak door closed. "Surely we can find something better than this hideous contraption," she cried, her tone bordering on hysterical as she eyed the simple black carriage with utter contempt. The two scrawny gray horses, hitched to it, stamped their hooves impatiently, eager to be off into the night. Dr. Crippen hurried down the steps to his wife, who stood scowling at the carriage with fists planted indignantly on her hips. "My dear, it's quite late," he implored in a hushed tone, checking over his shoulder to ensure Clara and Paul were safely tucked inside. "This carriage will do nicely to convey our guests home." "This?" Belle spat, balling up her emerald satin skirts in disgust. "Had you no care for appearances at all, Harold? What will people think when they hear our esteemed guests rode home in this rickety box on wheels?" Dr. Crippen brought his fingers to his throbbing temple, vigorously massaging small circles around the pain as he suppressed a heavy sigh. He had no energy left to argue with his petulant, shrill-voiced wife over something so trivial. As Clara and Paul waited awkwardly inside the rocking carriage, pretending not to hear the argument unfolding outside, Dr. Crippen trudged back up the gravel path and slipped silently inside the house. He made half-hearted inquiries with the scullery staff about locating another more suitable carriage at this late hour, but the rickety carriage outside was clearly the only option on short notice. When Dr. Crippen returned outside, Belle's delicate porcelain features were contorted into an ugly look of utter contempt and indignation, marring her otherwise flawless complexion. "Useless fool," she muttered under her breath as he walked past, just loud enough for him to hear. Shooting him one last withering glare, she gathered up her elegant skirts and flounced into the carriage, nearly upending poor Clara in the process. Dr. Crippen watched the carriage amble off down the dim, moonlit cobbled street, the clip-clop of the horses' hooves gradually fading into the cold night air. With a weary sigh, he turned and went back inside the imposing brick manor house, leaving the ruined evening behind. Chapter 2. Cracks form in the Crippens' crumbling marriage. An icy chill permeated the once warm and lively Crippen household over the next several days, like the creeping frost of winter slowly smothering the last blooms of autumn. Mealtimes, typically filled with lively discourse or affectionate glances exchanged between Dr. Crippen and his bride Belle, now passed in uncomfortable silence. The only interruptions came from Belle's periodic bitter remarks and thinly veiled insults toward her husband. "This meat is drier than the Sahara," Belle commented one evening at dinner, wrinkling her nose in distaste as she pushed her half-eaten portion of roast chicken away. "I'd say your skills in the kitchen rival your taste in carriages, my dear, utterly abysmal." Dr. Crippen said nothing, simply nodding demurely and continuing to pick at his meal. He stabbed a carrot with more force than necessary, imagining it was his wife's cruel tongue. Belle, however, continued her bitter diatribe over her husband's apparently numerous failings as both a host and spouse. "And the wine, my God, it's vinegar. I've had better vintages from the bargain bin at the local grocer's shop, but I suppose a country bumpkin like you wouldn't know quality if it slapped you in the face." Belle took another sip of the burgundy liquid and made a show of gagging. Dr. Crippen tensed slightly, but held his tongue, allowing Belle's grievances to wash over him unchallenged. In truth, he knew his initial infatuation with Belle had caused him to overlook the practical realities of their mismatch. Having married above his modest station as a dental surgeon, he now realized the extent of his naive folly. Belle sought a level of luxury, opulence, and prominence that Dr. Crippen could never hope to provide on his income. In the first blush of newlywed passion, the good doctor had attempted to indulge Belle's more frivolous fancies. A new carriage painted a brilliant hyacinth purple rather than the standard black, accompanied by 2 white stallions with braided manes. An extravagant party overflowing with champagne and oysters served on towers of crushed ice, with a 10-piece string quartet sawing away feverishly. Such expenditures rapidly depleted his savings, but he hoped the grand gestures would rekindle affections that had cooled considerably since the honeymoon ended. But it was never enough for Belle's insatiable vanity. "Just a little more, my love," she would plead in syrupy tones, batting her eyelashes coquettishly as she convinced the besotted doctor to expand their line of credit or mortgage their home yet again. Dr. Crippen soon found himself working obsessively long hours extracting molars and fitting dentures, just to continue funding Belle's endless appetite for material things. Now, the once adoring endearments had warped into scorn dripping from Belle's perfectly rouged lips at all hours. Sullen and brooding, Dr. Crippen often retreated to his upstairs study to avoid her bitter diatribes, losing himself in dental journals and correspondences with fellow practitioners. He took comfort in the clinical precision of diagrams depicting tooth extractions and root canals, a respite from Belle's imprecise yet cutting verbal assaults. For her part, Belle filled her days with social clubs, ladies' luncheons, and auditions for second-rate theater productions. She frequently demanded Dr. Crippen remove himself from their home when her friends visited for tea, bridge games, or private dramatic readings, banishing him to his clinic or gentleman's social club. To Belle, her husband had become as useful and invisible as the furnishings, presentable enough for occasional mandatory functions when she required an escort to maintain appearances, but otherwise hapless and obsolete in her eyes. She took to needling him with cruel jests in front of her friends, remarking how convenient it was that his dental occupation meant he spent his days with a woman's fingers wedged firmly in his mouth, preventing him from answering back. Her companions tittered behind gloved hands at this vulgarity. One morning, as Dr. Crippen prepared to leave for his dental practice, Belle strode imperiously into the foyer waving a photograph and wearing a sly feline smile. "Going to see your pretty little nurse Ethel today, are you?" she purred, eyes alight with malice. "I'm certain she admires your expertise in extracting teeth, and perhaps she admires extracting other things, Dr. Crippen felt his gut tighten as he glanced at the black and white image pinched between Belle's jeweled fingers, a portrait of her former lover, a once promising theater director who had promised Belle fame and stardom, only to abruptly cast her aside when an opportunity to marry an aristocrat's daughter emerged. Belle treasured the photo, though its edges were worn and curling from the countless times she had caressed it lovingly in private moments. To her, it represented a lost possibility of the prominence she felt entitled to. She saw Dr. Crippen as a poor substitute, a conciliation prize that served its temporary purpose, but could never compete with the director's roguish charms. After the relationship dissolved, Belle had been inconsolable for months. She burned with profound humiliation upon receiving the lace-trimmed wedding announcement, declaring her former lover's vows to a far more elite prospect. Dr. Crippen had naively believed his affection could heal her wounded pride, but now saw he was just a convenient balm until something better came along. "I'll be home at the usual time for dinner," Dr. Crippen said calmly, ignoring her baiting remarks and donning his hat. A part of him contemplated not returning at all, instead hopping the next ferry to the mainland to start anew. But years of habit and duty rooted him steadfastly in place, for now. Belle stepped into his path before he could depart, clutching the photo of her ex-lover to her chest protectively, as if it were a talisman. "Perhaps I won't be here," she threatened wildly, chest heaving. "Perhaps I'll run off to America to find Horace. I'm certain he could use some consolation." A coy smile twisted her crimson lips as she eyed Dr. Crippen for a reaction. The doctor met her gaze levelly, refusing to be goaded. "I'm sure you could convince him, my dear," he replied evenly, maintaining a calm veneer despite the roiling anger and resentment brewing beneath. "You always did excel at auditioning." Leaving Belle momentarily speechless with outrage, Dr. Crippen stepped neatly around her stunned form and departed into the morning sun, determined not to play her hurtful games any longer. A new sense of resolve burned within him. It was past time he liberated himself from this toxic union and reclaimed his dignity. Dr. Crippen spent the ferry ride gazing contemplatively out at the churning sea, the bracing wind clearing his mind. He recalled meeting Belle at a soirée over a year ago, when she had been the most captivating, vivacious creature he ever encountered. She spoke intelligently about dental hygiene and laughed uproariously at his awkward jokes. Under the twinkling banquet lights, she seemed to glow with inner radiance. Now he saw it was merely a facade, masking her relentless ambition and scorn. Arriving on shore, he strode purposefully to his dental practice, renewed determination, steeling his resolve. He would not be cowed any longer by her cruel manipulations. If Belle wished to torment him, he would deprive her of her favorite amusement. And if she wished to leave, he would not stand in her way. The time had come to take control of his life once more. Chapter 3. Belle's Sudden Departure. Are you quite certain, Ethel? Francesca Worthington peered over her spectacles, her thin lips pressed together in a tight line, creasing the carefully powdered and rouged skin around them. She searched the young maid's face with sharp brown eyes, lined by faint crow's feet despite the liberal application of creams and lotions to ward off such telltale signs of age. The murmurs rippling through the floral wallpapered parlor ceased abruptly as all eyes turned toward Ethel. Under the piercing stares of the finely dressed ladies seated around the polished cherry-wood tea table, the maid lowered her gaze. She twisted her fingers in the plain white apron that covered her gray woolen dress, the fabric rough and itchy against her work-worn hands. "Yes, Miss Worthington," Ethel finally replied, her voice barely above a whisper. She risked a quick glance up, taking in the collection of feathers, flowers, and jewels adorning the ladies' hats and dresses. Emeralds glinted at wrists and pearl drops swayed from ears as the ladies leaned forward, straining to catch the maid's softly uttered words. "That's what the doctor told me this morning before he left for his appointments." Ethel paused, smoothing back an errant wisp of mousy brown hair that had escaped from her prim bun. The bright hues of the lady's plumage seemed to give her courage to continue. "Said Mrs. Crippen had to hurry off to America last night. Got a telegram saying her Aunt Martha took ill unexpectedly. He didn't know how long Mrs. Crippen would be gone." A ripple of disbelief passed through the parlor, setting the vibrant feathers aquiver. Teacups clattered against saucers as hands jerked reflexively in surprise. The ladies exchanged incredulous glances, their eyes wide. Even the painted shepherdesses frolicking across the delicate bone china appeared startled by this pronouncement. Francesca Worthington pursed her lips even tighter. A crease formed between her neatly groomed and darkened brows as she considered this news. She absently shuffled the papers before her, though they were already stacked neatly in a precise pile, the edges aligned to exacting perfection. "How odd that she didn't mention anything to us earlier this week at our embroidery circle," Mrs. Worthington remarked. She picked up the papers and realigned the edges once more, despite their pristine order. And leaving in such haste, without even a word to her dearest friends. The other ladies murmured assent, their feathers and flowers bobbing with the motion. Lady Margaret gasped softly and clutched a lace-gloved hand to the high collar of her emerald silk gown. The cameo brooch centered at her throat trembled slightly with the force of her dismay. "It's most irregular behavior for someone of Belle's standing," she declared, her carefully cultivated voice pitched high with distress. Her pronouncement elicited emphatic nods around the parlor as the ladies' baubles and jewels glinted in the mid-morning light streaming through the damask curtains. Ethel dropped her gaze back to her scuffed leather shoes, avoiding the probing stares assessing her from all sides. She had already said too much. The doctor was going to be furious when he learned she had shared private details of Belle's sudden departure with these gossip-hungry hens. But the ladies had been so insistent in their questioning that morning, refusing to even let her fetch the tea and biscuits, until they had extracted every last morsel of information from her about the missing woman. "Should we send flowers?" Lady Margaret suggested, her voice sweet and lilting again. "A nice bouquet of lilies, perhaps. Something tasteful to cheer her in this difficult time, the poor dear." What a thoughtful idea, Margaret, Mrs. Danby replied with an approving smile that didn't reach her eyes. They remained hard and assessing, darting between Ethel and the other ladies. But only if we know where to send them. She arched a thin brow at Ethel, who fidgeted under the penetrating gaze. She gave no forwarding address, you say, child? Ethel shook her head, clasping her hands tightly in front of her. No, ma'am, the doctor said it all happened very suddenly. He was quite surprised himself when he learned she had gone. It wasn't a total lie. He had been surprised when Ethel haltingly confessed over breakfast that she let it slip to the ladies about Belle leaving town so abruptly. Surprised and furious. But Ethel couldn't take the words back now, not with a dozen pairs of beady eyes watching her every move, waiting to pounce on the slightest misstep. Around the parlor, feathers quivered slightly as heads drew closer together in hushed conference. Francesca Worthington's sharp gaze remained fixed on Ethel, a moment longer, dark eyes boring into the maid's downcast face. Then she turned to Sophia Danby and exchanged a significant look. It wasn't like their Belle to just disappear without so much as a by your leave to her bosom friends. Why, just last week during their Tuesday embroidery circle, she had delighted them all with scandalously vivid stories about the baker's wife eloping with the stable boy from the inn. Belle had mimicked the woman's passionate sobbing farewell to her stunned husband in excruciating detail. Not a whisper or hint then of any ailing aunt or imminent travels across the Atlantic. No, something wasn't adding up. Ethel stood rigid as a statue, sensing the growing suspicions swirling around her. She risked a quick glance toward the parlor doors, half expecting to see the doctor come storming in at any moment, face thunderous as he demanded answers for her betrayal of his confidence. This is all quite irregular, Mrs. Worthington finally said into the tense silence. She shuffled the stack of papers before her yet again, realigning edges that were already straight and neat. She forced a thin smile that looked almost painful and continued, "Well, we shall simply have to ask Belle for more details upon her return. Perhaps the dear doctor simply misheard where she was going." Ethel hid a bitter smile. There would be no details forthcoming upon Belle's return. No return at all if the doctor had gotten his way. Now, let us continue finalizing the lunch menu for next month's hospital fundraiser, though we shall have to relay our regrets until we hear further from our wayward Belle. The meeting went on, but an air of skepticism lingered even as the ladies discussed table linens and floral arrangements. Belle missing their monthly social gathering without any word of apology or explanation. Preposterous. Such negligent behavior was completely unlike her, and more than one lady suspected the hapless dentist had utterly botched the story of Belle's alleged travels. They would get the full truth out of him soon enough. The ladies' network of connections and informants was far-reaching. Yet the days turned into weeks without any word from Belle or sign of her return. When pressed for information, Dr. Crippen merely repeated the same vague account, shrugging helplessly each time as if bewildered by his wife's ongoing absence. But his eyes held a hardness belying the casual nonchalance of his words. The ladies remained unconvinced. Not one letter or even a brief telegram from Belle herself in over a month since her supposed departure. No tickets booked for any ships returning to England that their inquiries managed to uncover. Sophia Danby claimed she had spotted Dr. Crippen riding through Hyde Park one sunny afternoon with none other than Ethel, the housemaid, clearly an intimate tete-a-tete far removed from discussions of dental procedures and oral hygiene. Even more disconcerting, Francesca Worthington found it exceedingly curious just how many of Belle's gowns, jewels, and personal effects still hung untouched in her armoire when she stopped by the townhouse one morning unannounced. Armed with a tin of biscuits from her cook, she had gained entry to the home under the thin pretense of dropping off sheet music she borrowed. Once inside, it required only the slightest detour to confirm her suspicions that Belle had clearly not packed for any kind of trip at all, let alone one across the Atlantic. No, it was now abundantly clear that something untoward was unfolding behind Belle's sudden, unexplained disappearance. While the bumbling menfolk insisted nothing nefarious was at play and that Belle was simply tending to urgent family matters abroad, her lady friends remained unconvinced such bland brush-offs held any truth. Decisive action must be taken. Francesca Worthington fired off an urgent telegram to the local authorities. One of their own, Mrs. Isabel Crippen, had gone missing from her home under highly suspicious circumstances, and her cagey husband was clearly not telling the authorities the full truth about the matter. An immediate investigation must commence into this noble woman's unexplained disappearance and strange absence abroad. The inspector assured that the county police would look into the matter promptly. But over a month later, the officials remained flummoxed by the peculiar case. Try as they might, they could find no concrete evidence of foul play or anything clearly amiss, yet Dr. Crippen's account continued to strike them as improbable and ill-fitting with his wife's ongoing lack of communication or return. With no body or clear proof a crime had even occurred, eventually the case faded from active pursuit as other more pressing ones arose. But the unsolved mystery continued to haunt those who had known the vanished socialite. Her lady friends remained convinced nefarious secrets and sinister events lurked just beneath the tidy surface of Belle's sudden, unexplained departure. One day the truth would come to light. For now, the mystery would simply have to endure, lingering like the faint scent of Belle's lilac perfume that still clung to the embroidered pillows in the parlor, a ghostly reminder of the woman who had simply vanished. Chapter 4. Suspicions Grow. Preposterous, my wife is not missing, merely away tending to her aunt, as I've told you repeatedly. Dr. Crippen's normally calm voice was sharp as he glared across the expansive mahogany desk at the three women seated in front of him. Mrs. Worthington glared right back, her faded blue eyes flashing with indignation behind her pince-nez spectacles. Come now, doctor, enough pretense. It's been nearly 3 months since dear Belle vanished without a trace and not a single letter. No address where we might send our well wishes, she challenged, her tone accusing. Dr. Crippen fidgeted in his tufted leather chair, the stiff back forcing him to sit upright and rigid as the scrutiny of Mrs. Worthington's glare bore into him. He loosened his starched collar with a tug of his finger, feeling the constriction of the textured fabric like a noose around his throat. A sheen of sweat glistened on his receding hairline as he mopped his brow with a monogrammed handkerchief, the once crisp white cotton now damp and crumpled from repeated use. As I said, it was all rather sudden. I'm sure once the crisis with her aunt passes, she will be back in touch, he replied evasively, his voice lacking conviction. He averted his gaze from the women's piercing stares, eyes darting about the study, looking for some form of escape. The ticking grandfather clock in the corner, the medical textbooks gathering dust on the shelves, the framed credentials adorning the wall, in none offered any refuge from their pointed queries and barely concealed accusations. Lady Margaret arched one thin eyebrow, unconvinced by his feeble explanation. She sat ramrod straight, the bustle of her purple satin gown keeping her poised at the very edge of the tufted leather chair. "And when might that be?" she asked, her aristocratic accent crisp as cut glass. "You claim to have no notion of her return or even the location of this supposedly ailing aunt. Come now. Such vagueness does not sit well with us." Dr. Crippen loosened the knot of his tie, feeling it constrict his throat. He could sense the judgment in Lady Margaret's voice, seeping into his pores like poison. Mrs. Danby huffed loudly from his left, the ostrich plumes on her extravagant hat quivering with indignation. Her ample bosom strained against the beaded bodice of her dress as she leaned forward in her chair. The wood groaned under her shifting weight. "Just admit it. She's left you, hasn't she?" she pronounced in a stage whisper, as though uttering a scandalous rumor. Dr. Crippen blanched, his sallow cheeks taking on a greenish cast beneath his neatly trimmed beard. "I haven't the faintest idea what you mean," he sputtered unconvincingly as he fiddled with his watch chain, evading their probing gazes. A knowing look passed between the ladies, speaking volumes in mere glances. They had heard the sordid rumors whispered behind gloved hands and painted fans at the soirees and galas they frequented. Rumors of Dr. Crippen carrying on with that shameless harlot Ethel, likely for some time, right under his poor wife's nose. The cad was trying to brush away the whole affair with this silly story about a sick aunt in America. "Oh, please, Dr. Crippen, let's stop these pretenses," Mrs. Worthington scoffed. "We're her dearest friends. Did you think we wouldn't notice her sudden disappearance? All her gowns, brushes, jewelry gone without a trace?" She gestured in exasperation with her lace glove, as if the missing items might materialize. Dr. Crippen rubbed his sweaty palms along his pant legs beneath the desk. "My wife is entitled to take her possessions if she wishes," he replied curtly, but his voice wavered slightly with nerves. Without so much as a forwarding address or letter to her closest companions. Lady Margaret challenged in disbelief. "Preposterous, women do not simply vanish on a whim." Dr. Crippen swallowed hard. The grandfather clock ticked loudly in the ensuing silence as he grasped for some reasonable explanation. But the scrutiny of the ladies was like a spotlight he could not escape. They were onto him, and he knew his web of excuses was quickly unraveling. Now the cad was trying to brush away the whole affair with this silly story about a sick aunt in America. Well, it was only a matter of time before the police uncovered his web of lies. In the following weeks, the ladies called upon the Crippen residence frequently, watching for more signs of Belle's increasingly suspicious absence. Her prized Chinese silk dressing gowns, purchased on a trip to the Orient, were nowhere to be seen. Her dressing table, once cluttered with silver-backed hairbrushes, perfume bottles, and jewelry boxes, now sat bare and forgotten in the corner, a thin layer of dust forming on the abandoned surface. Even the framed playbills from her starring days on the stage had vanished from the upstairs hallway, only faded outlines on the wallpaper to indicate where they once hung proudly displayed. Surely, they whispered behind their hands, if Belle planned to return, her most treasured possessions would have been kept just as she had left them. But the house felt hollow, missing her warm presence, feminine touches, and beloved keepsakes. Like a home stripped of its heart and soul. 2 anxious months crawled by without any word from Belle. Scotland Yard showed little interest in the case, simply sending a wet-behind-the-ears rookie detective named Lestrade to pose a few routine questions. He scribbled disinterested notes, his cheap suit wrinkled and ill-fitting, as Dr. Crippen repeated his well-rehearsed story. The young Lestrade peered around the study with bored eyes, stifling a yawn behind his hand. The ladies seethed at this indifference from the police. No surprise they grumbled to each other, considering the way the gentlemen all closed ranks against any group of worried women. Mrs. Danby's chins quivered in indignation, her Rolls-Royce-sized bosom heaving with exasperation after the apathetic detective left. Well, they weren't about to back down. The longer Belle remained missing without explanation, the more certain they grew that something sinister was at play. Had the doctor learned of his wife's plans to leave him, and took drastic measures to prevent it. He seemed oddly unaffected by her continued unexplained absence, and not even a pretense of wifely concern or grief. Francesca penned an anonymous letter to Scotland Yard, demanding they fully investigate the shifty dentist for any knowledge of harm coming to his poor wife. "He's hiding something dreadful, I'd bet my pearls on it," she proclaimed over tea and biscuits, teacup rattling against the saucer in her trembling hand. "Mark my words, we'll get to the bottom of this." The other ladies fervently agreed, their minds churning with wild speculations over biscuits and tea. Had he slowly poisoned her and secretly buried her body? Carried out some depraved dental procedure on her there in his home office? Chopped her up and fed her piece by piece to the snapping turtles in Regent's Park? Their morbid curiosity was matched only by their determination to uncover the sinister truth. Dr. Crippen, oblivious to their rumor-fueled suspicions, carried on with his life. Yet sometimes, in the wee hours of the night, as Ethel slumbered beside him, Belle's sing-song laugh and sparkling eyes invaded his restless dreams. Chapter 5. Inspector Dew's Initial Investigation. Inspector Walter Dew stepped out of the black police carriage into the golden light of late afternoon. The glare momentarily blinded him as his boots met the uneven cobblestone street. Blinking against the brightness, he steadied himself and listened to the clip-clop of horses fading down the lane as the driver flicked the reins to spur them onward. Taking a deep breath, Walter surveyed the tidy red-brick townhome before him. The freshly painted white window frames seemed to glow in the warm sunlight. Not a single smudge or fleck of dirt marred the whitewashed front steps, which had clearly just been scrubbed clean. A light breeze carried the faint scents of lilac and warm bread from a nearby window. Hardly the haunt of a cold-blooded killer, Walter mused to himself. But he knew from experience that appearances could always be deceiving. At 35 years of age, Walter was one of the youngest ever to rise to the rank of inspector. He had not accomplished that feat by taking surface impressions at face value. It was a lesson he had learned early on in his career, and one that had served him well many times over. Straightening his long woolen coat and tweaking the brim of his round bowler hat, Walter strode purposefully up the pristine front steps. Reaching the bright red door with its freshly polished brass handle glinting in the sunlight, he rapped briskly 3 times. The knock seemed to reverberate down the quiet lane. Moments later came the sound of hurried footsteps from within. The door opened to reveal a slender man in his mid-30s with a nervous, bird-like energy about him. Behind round spectacles, the man's eyes blinked rapidly as he took in the sight of the uniformed inspector on his doorstep. "Dr. Crippen, I presume?" Walter asked, though he knew full well the identity of the twitchy figure before him. "Inspector Walter Dew, here to ask you a few questions." The dentist nodded, the motion quick and jerky like a sparrow pecking its seed. Yes, of course, Inspector, do come in." His voice had a thin, reedy quality to it. He stood back, pressing himself flat against the floral wallpapered wall to allow Walter to pass. Walter stepped over the threshold into a long, narrow hallway, removing his hat as Dr. Crippen closed the door softly behind them. He followed the dentist's hurried shuffle down the hall, past framed photos of stern ancestors gazing down from the walls. Their footsteps echoed off the polished hardwood floors. Despite this being the home of a bachelor, the decor of the sitting room was decidedly feminine, with floral-patterned wallpaper, embroidered pillows atop the settee, and lacy doilies under every lamp and vase. The lingering scent of lavender perfume still hung in the air. Walter settled his large frame into one of the room's 2 antique chairs, their rigid wooden backs unforgiving against his spine. Dr. Crippen perched anxiously on the settee across from him, thin fingers ringing together in his lap. His leg bounced with nervous energy, causing the cups on the tea service on the table to rattle faintly. "I understand there are some lingering concerns about your wife's whereabouts," Walter began without preamble, flipping open a small leather notebook to a blank page and readying his fountain pen. Dr. Crippen heaved a trembling sigh, pushing his spectacles up higher on his nose. "Yes, I'm afraid some of her friends have rather overactive imaginations. No matter how many times I explain matters, they insist on wild speculations." His voice had a strained, impatient edge to it. "And when did you last see your wife?" Walter pressed, keeping his tone cool and professional. "March 22nd of this year." The date rolled quickly off Dr. Crippen's tongue, betraying the many times he had repeated it over the past months to prying questioners. That evening, she received an urgent telegram saying her Aunt Martha had fallen ill in New York and was in need of care. Belle packed a few bags and departed within the hour. Walter jotted this down, the scratching of his fountain pen the only sound in the still room. "And you've heard from her since, or have an address for where she's staying currently?" "No." Dr. Crippen shifted on the settee, crossing and uncrossing his legs agitatedly, as if the floral cushions had grown suddenly quite uncomfortable. A thin sheen of sweat glistened on his brow. "Belle has never been one for keeping in regular contact, I'm afraid. But I'm quite certain that once the emergency with her aunt passes, she will either return or send word." Despite the definitive words, his voice lacked conviction. Walter made a small notation of this as well before pressing on. "I see, and would you say you and your wife were on good terms when she departed for America? No tensions or fights preceding her leaving?" At this, Dr. Crippen forced a polite smile that didn't reach his eyes. It seemed more like a pained grimace. "No, not at all. We were a very happy couple." Though Walter detected the lie, he merely nodded. No sense putting the man too on edge this early in the investigation. He flipped through his notebook pages slowly, as if refreshing his memory of the details. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Dr. Crippen wringing his hands, knuckles turning white. "Now then, the letter we received stated some suspicions that your wife may have come to harm before her supposed trip abroad. I'd like your permission to search the premises and question your staff, just to make sure nothing appears amiss." At this, Dr. Crippen visibly paled, though he maintained his fragile composure. Yes, of course, Inspector. Whatever you need to do to put this unpleasant business to rest." His left eye twitched nervously behind his spectacles. Walter spent the next few hours conducting a meticulous, inch-by-inch sweep of the townhome, paying special attention to the basement and yard area for any signs of disturbance. He inspected every room on hands and knees, checking floorboards for looseness and scrutinizing the walls and furniture for minute stains or scratches that may have been scrubbed away. As keen detectives, I looked for any subtle clues the untrained would miss. But his exhaustive search found no blood spatter or concerning odors to indicate a crime scene hastily cleaned. In the kitchen, he questioned the cook and two maids, probing for any indication of tension between the couple preceding Belle's abrupt midnight departure. But they could report nothing beyond the standard occasional marital squabbles common to any relationship. The cook did mention she thought it quite odd that Belle left without so much as a packed sandwich for her travels. If Belle had come to harm here, there was no remaining evidence from Walter's exhaustive search. The sun was just beginning to set as he returned to the parlor where Dr. Crippen sat rigidly on the edge of the settee, anxiously winding his pocket watch. A half-empty brandy glass with dark amber liquid sat on the table beside him. Well, Dr. Crippen, I cannot yet find anything to conclusively suggest foul play occurred here, Walter summarized slowly. However, the complete lack of communication from your wife strikes me as quite peculiar. If I do not turn up any firm evidence of harm coming to her, I'm afraid there is little more I can do at this time without additional facts. Visible relief flooded Dr. Crippen's features at this news, his posture relaxing for the first time since Walter's arrival. Yes, as I've said, just an urgent family matter. I'm sure Belle will send word when she's able. Thank you again, Inspector, for your diligence on this matter. Walter gave a nod and tipped his hat before seeing himself out, footsteps echoing down the long hallway to the front door. His gut still nagged at him as he descended the pristine white steps back onto the dimly lit street. Though he had found no solid evidence today, something about this entire affair did not sit right. The hasty midnight departure, the complete silence from the wife, the cagey demeanor of the husband. His detective's instinct told him this was more than an emergency family matter. Yet for now, hard evidence of an actual crime was lacking. Much as it galled him, he could only file the case away as an unexplained disappearance unless or until new facts came to light. Still, he disliked loose ends, and this investigation had mystery woven all over it. He would keep an ear out for any updates on the wife's whereabouts or rumors among their social circles. However this matter settled, Walter felt sure the dentist was hiding something. He just needed to determine exactly what it was. Chapter 6. Shocking Revelation. Walter leaned back into the worn leather chair, the aging material creaking beneath his weight. He studied the man across from him intently. Dr. Horace Crippen sat rigid as a statue, his slender fingers fiddling nervously with the spectacles in his hands. The ornate dental chair dwarfed his thin frame, the gleaming metal instruments looming over him like silent judges in this cramped, windowless office. It had been 7 long months now since the dentist's wife, Belle Crippen, vanished without a trace from their lavish London townhouse. Her sudden disappearance shortly after hosting an elegant dinner party for London's elite had sparked relentless gossip among the upper-crust social circles. Hushed whispers behind gloved hands and scandalized glances exchanged at the Opera House persisted even now. The initial police investigation had floundered, hitting dead end after dead end before finally stalling out entirely last month. This news came as a crushing blow to Belle's despondent sister Charlotte, who had urgently implored the investigators onward. But Walter hadn't given up on uncovering the truth behind Belle's perplexing vanishing act. As a private investigator hired by Charlotte, he was determined to find answers and crack this curious case once and for all. The mountainous stack of tear-stained letters from Belle's friends that cluttered Walter's oak desk served as a constant reminder of the loose ends and lingering sense of injustice that plagued this mystery. So, when an informant reported seeing Dr. Crippen frequenting various upscale jewelry shops with a striking brunette woman, distinctly not his wife, Walter seized the opening. Perhaps the cagey dentist had finally slipped up and done something to inadvertently shed light on Belle's fate and whereabouts. Walter cleared his throat gruffly, meeting the dentist's shifty gaze across the shadowy room. You know very well why I'm here, Dr. Crippen. It has been nearly 8 months since your wife allegedly departed for America to care for her dear aunt. Yet not a single soul can confirm she arrived there safely. No verified sightings, no letters in her hand, nothing but your word to suggest she completed such a journey across the Atlantic. Dr. Crippen's eyes flickered anxiously toward the closed door, as if looking to escape. A thin sheen of sweat glistened on his creased forehead, below his receding hairline. Well, the travel is slow and unreliable these days, as I'm sure you know, he stammered, wringing his hands. I'm certain she simply hasn't had time or means to contact anyone reliably from such a remote location. Please, Dr. Crippen, let's speak frankly like gentlemen, Walter interrupted, holding up a hand in protest. I do not believe for one moment your wife is happily tending to her supposed ailing aunt in America as you claim. There is something much more sinister at play here. Now I suggest you tell me the full truth immediately. That would be in your best interest. Walter studied the dentist's anxious face intently, searching for any slight cracks forming in his stoic veneer that could provide a clue. Dr. Crippen fidgeted with his glasses, rotating the earpieces nervously between his thumb and forefinger in a repetitive motion. His right knee bounced rapidly beneath the desk like a jackhammer. Finally, after what felt like an eternity under Walter's steely glare, Dr. Crippen let out a long, slow sigh punctuated by a slight wheeze. I suppose you're right, Inspector. There is more to the story than I've let on publicly until now, but I assure you, no physical harm has come to my dear wife whatsoever. Walter nodded curtly for him to continue this clearly preposterous tale. The dentist cleared his throat awkwardly, choosing his next words with the utmost care. The truth of the matter is, Belle left me of her own accord. She went away willingly with another man. Walter raised an incredulous eyebrow at this unexpected revelation. He had anticipated continued stonewalling, clumsy attempts to establish false alibis, even vulgar outbursts from the cagey dentist. But a frank confession of infidelity, seemingly out of nowhere, caught the seasoned investigator completely off guard. Explain everything, Dr. Crippen, and do leave nothing out, he demanded, tapping his ink pen impatiently against his notebook. The dentist removed his spectacles and massaged the bridge of his nose contemplatively before continuing. That night, after the dinner party, Belle and I had a terrible row, the worst of our decade-long marriage by far. She made it abundantly clear in no uncertain terms that she no longer wished to remain married to me. He paused, hanging his head as if ashamed. She told me directly that she had been having an affair in secret for quite some time with a childhood friend from Brighton who had recently moved back to London and reconnected with her at social events. Walter leaned forward across the desk intently, sensing this thread could finally unravel everything if properly investigated. What exactly happened immediately after this heated row with your wife? He pressed. Well, she packed her bags right then in a fit of rage, while I pleaded for her to reconsider. But my protests only angered her further. She called for a cab and left without delay or a backward glance to go be with her lover permanently. I don't know the precise location she joined him. She refused to tell me where they planned to go or provide any such details. She just left a hastily scribbled note saying essentially that she was leaving me for this unnamed man, and I wasn't to attempt to follow or find her under any circumstances. And what became of this alleged farewell note from your wife? Walter asked pointedly. Do you still have it in your possession? Dr. Crippen shook his head, his face darkening at the memory. No. In a moment of despair, once I fully grasped her absence, I burned that wretched thing in the fireplace. Reading her cruel words of departure was simply too emotionally painful for me to bear. The note was too permanent a reminder that my marriage and life as I knew it were over. Walter felt his suspicion rising steadily as this bizarre tale continued to unfold. So after this occurrence, you chose to concoct an elaborate fiction for your wife's sudden disappearance, telling friends and authorities she was traveling abroad to care for her supposedly ailing aunt, rather than admitting she had in fact left you for another suitor. Dr. Crippen removed a silk handkerchief and dabbed at the sweat now beading more noticeably on his brow. Yes, I was. I was so deeply ashamed, you see, he stammered. I had hoped beyond reason that perhaps with time apart, she might miss me and come to her senses and return home. I feared if the real circumstances became public knowledge, the scrutiny and scandalous gossip surrounding us would make it impossible to ever reconcile. He paused, swallowing hard. So in a lapse of judgment, I told everyone Belle had departed on short notice to go provide care for her aunt, hopefully allowing her the space and time needed to reflect. Walter studied the dentist closely as he spun this melodramatic tale. Crippen certainly sounded earnest in his delivery, but Walter's shrewd instincts sensed he still wasn't being given the full, unvarnished truth. Jilted husbands could certainly react with violent volatility when their intimate trust was betrayed so brazenly. But something about the timid dentist gave Walter pause. He hardly seemed the murderous type capable of brutal revenge against his straying wife. Perhaps in his profound humiliation, he simply hoped to avoid the crushing social stigma and scandalous gossip at all costs if word spread of infidelity and abandonment. This mysterious alleged lover your wife supposedly absconded away with, do you have a name for this man? Walter inquired in a steely tone. The dentist noticeably paled at this pointed question. Well, no, I don't actually know his true identity, he stammered after a pause. Some vagabond charmer from her childhood, according to her, but she refused to disclose his name or background to me. Walter frowned as warning bells went off. That seemed highly suspicious if Belle truly planned to run away permanently with another suitor. What motivation would she have to actively hide his identity from the husband she was already leaving? Unless she feared how the rage-blind dentist might react if provided a clear target for vengeance. Walter stood abruptly from his chair, snapping his worn leather notebook closed crisply. Very well, Dr. Crippen. I cannot yet prove definitively whether you played a role in harm befalling your wife, given the lack of physical evidence. However, I must say, I do not fully believe the rather convenient tale you just relayed. Rest assured, I intend to vigorously investigate this alleged scorned lover angle you describe. Should I uncover definitive evidence it is pure fabrication on your part, you will find yourself in an extremely unenviable position. He tipped his hat stiffly and strode briskly from the office, leaving the ashen dentist alone in the shadows with his incomplete half-truths. Walter quickened his pace as he emerged back onto the bustling city street, the thick smog and din of horse traffic enveloping him. Finally, things were coming into clearer focus after so many months spinning fruitlessly. By hook or crook, he would decisively get to the bottom of Belle Crippen's disappearance and expose the cold, hard truth. He had cracked this puzzling case wide open at long last. Come what may, justice would be served for those affected by the ongoing mystery and innuendo surrounding the vanishing Lady Crippen. Chapter 7. The Search Commences. Francesca Worthington's hand trembled, the delicate bone china teacup in her grip rattling against the saucer as she slammed it down onto the polished mahogany table. Absolutely preposterous, she cried, her usually pale, composed face flushing a bright crimson as her voice rang shrilly through the elegant parlor room. She took a few gulping breaths, pressing a lace-gloved hand over her heaving bosom as if to quell her palpitations. Across from her, Inspector Walter sighed wearily, the woman's explosive reaction grating uncomfortably in his ears. He should have expected nothing less from Belle's loyal inner circle of high society friends when he gathered them here today, in this stately Kensington Manor home, to share the shocking revelation recently unearthed by Dr. Crippen's eccentric associate, Mr. Hopkins. According to the peculiar little man, there may have been a secret lover who spirited Belle away on the very night of her mysterious disappearance over a year ago. The notion struck Walter as rather far-fetched and wildly implausible, even as Hopkins insisted a blurry figure could be discerned whisking Belle into a carriage in one of the dentist's old home movies, filmed on the fateful evening. But the ladies were even more riled up than Scotland Yard about this alleged existence of an illicit lover, somehow hidden from all except the prying lens of the camera. Mark my words, the scoundrel did away with her himself, and is now trying to lead you off the scent with this nonsense about a lover, Mrs. Danby declared as she violently gesticulated, sending biscuit crumbs flying from the half-eaten treat clenched in her fist. Did you check the gardens and conservatory thoroughly? I've heard acid can dissolve a body quite neatly and leave nary a trace. Walter clenched his jaw, resisting the urge to roll his eyes in exasperation at the outlandish speculation. There is absolutely no evidence to suggest murder took place within the Crippen home, he reiterated in as patient a tone as he could muster. No signs of poisoning or gunshot wounds, no bruising around the neck to indicate strangulation. Our coroner examined the body most thoroughly when it was first discovered in the East End boarding house a year ago. None of the usual telltale signs of foul play. Well, he's a dentist, isn't he? Lady Margaret trilled, her voice rising to a near shriek as she dabbed at the sheen of perspiration gathering on her forehead with a lacy handkerchief. He'd know just how to hide nasty secrets in plain sight, probably pulled out her teeth and burned them in his little furnace, like they do the cavities. Destroy the evidence, I say. Again Walter sighed, this time unable to fully conceal his frustration as he pinched the bridge of his nose. While I appreciate your enthusiasm, ladies, I cannot go making wild, unsubstantiated accusations without solid forensic evidence. Now, this supposed lover. Did any of you notice Miss Crippen spending an unusual amount of time with a particular gentleman prior to her disappearance? An uneasy silence fell amongst the 6 elegantly dressed ladies gathered in the plush parlor as they furrowed their brows, gazing off distantly as if sifting through the fuzzy cobwebs of memories past. Francesca slowly shook her head, her gaze still clouded by the mists of time. She never mentioned anyone new entering her life, at least not to me, Francesca murmured. She absently stirred her cooling tea, the dainty spoon clinking against the fine china in the hushed room. Although, her voice trailed off hesitantly as her eyes suddenly sharpened, latching onto a fragment of the past. Inspector Walter leaned forward intently, his own eyes bright with interest. Yes, what is it, Miss Worthington? Anything you can recall may prove useful in shedding light on this mystery. Well, there was a man calling on her home a few times several years back, Francesca said slowly. I only saw him briefly in passing. Belle said he was just an old friend from her theater days, but I sensed something more. He was quite handsome, with dark curling hair and striking green eyes. And he played the piano exquisitely when she persuaded him to perform one evening. Do you happen to remember this gentleman's name? Walter prodded urgently. Any detail, no matter how small, could prove the critical missing puzzle piece in untangling this baffling case. Francesca bit her lip, her forehead creasing as she strained to resurrect the man's identity from the misty past. But after a long moment, she shook her head helplessly. Oh dear me, no. It was ages ago. Belle was rather private about the whole matter at the time. I only saw him briefly those couple times. Walter tried to mask his bitter disappointment, as the other ladies also failed to dredge up a name for this mysterious man from Belle's past. It seemed verifying the dentist's far-fetched story would prove exceedingly difficult without more specifics on this alleged lover's identity. Please inform me immediately if you remember anything else regarding this gentleman caller, Walter implored the group of ladies. Even the smallest or most inconsequential detail could unlock this mystery that has eluded us for over a year now." The ladies nodded solemnly, their mouths set in determined lines. They were united in their fervent desire to definitively expose the truth of their dear friend's baffling fate, no matter how gruesome or sordid that truth may ultimately be. As the women slowly filed out of the lavish parlor room into the gas-lamp-lit Kensington Street, Inspector Walter grabbed his woolen overcoat and cap off the rack. While the ladies continued racking their memories for more telling clues from the past, he would take a more active, direct route to uncovering the truth. He aimed to literally retrace Belle Crippen's possible final footsteps himself, starting from the icy winter's eve a year ago, when she had vanished without a trace into the foggy London darkness. Someone, somewhere in this sprawling city, must have seen or spoken with the missing woman as she fled under the cloak of night into the arms of this alleged secret lover, if Dr. Crippen's shocking claim held any truth. Walter decided his first stop to pick up the trail would be the seedy regatta in several blocks from the Crippens' upscale neighborhood, a ramshackle lodging house known to rent rooms by the hour for discreet romantic trysts. If Belle truly was conducting an illicit affair, perhaps she had brought her mystery man to this disreputable establishment rather than brazenly welcoming him through the front door of her own home. The elderly, stooped innkeeper squinted at Walter over his spectacles, his heavily wrinkled face creasing further into a skeptical frown as the inspector explained his presence. "Can't say I recall any lady named Crippen staying here. No, don't get many ladies stopping in at all, you understand," he muttered in a gravelly tone with a suggestive raise of his bushy eyebrows. "My lodgers are mostly just gentlemen, stopping in for an afternoon or evening, if you catch my meaning." Walter nodded curtly, feeling naive for even trying this particular long shot, given the inn's notoriously bawdy reputation. He moved swiftly on, significantly widening his search perimeter as he questioned carriage drivers, railway workers, and ticket vendors all over the city by flickering gas lamps and on bustling train platforms. Had any of them seen or transported a lone woman matching Belle Crippen's description of chestnut hair and a beauty mark above her lip out of London into the countryside on the night she had vanished a year prior? But the trail had gone frustratingly cold, with no one able to definitively place her. Feeling increasingly weary as the night wore on, Inspector Walter finally retreated back to Scotland Yard shortly before midnight descended over London streets. He wearily chalked "Find Mystery Lover" onto the large slate board, underlining the words several times emphatically. Tomorrow at the crack of dawn, he would visit the city morgues and hospitals, meticulously checking their records for any unidentified female bodies matching Belle's physical profile that may have turned up over the past year. He refused to rule out foul play, no matter what implausible claims the shifty dentist conjured up about a conveniently timed lover spiriting his wife away. For now, all Walter knew for certain was that the lady's ultimate fate remained shrouded in a dense, impenetrable fog of mystery. But he was determined to ruthlessly rip that obscuring veil away once and for all, no matter what dark ugliness potentially lay hidden beneath its folds. Justice would be done for Belle Crippen, even if it took him the rest of his career to unravel the sinister threads of this case. Chapter 8. 50 Years Later. London, 1960. Patrick sighed deeply as he stared down at the faded manila folder spread open across his cluttered desk. Inside were the few remaining documents pertaining to the disappearance of Belle Crippen, a mystery that had remained stubbornly unsolved for over 50 years now. The yellowed pages were creased and dog-eared from the countless times they had been pored over by investigators seeking answers. Patrick traced his fingers lightly over the notes scribbled in the margins by detectives long retired. What secrets might they have overlooked, he wondered. What stone had been left unturned that might have cracked this confounding case wide open. As a young and eager detective, Patrick had hoped this cold case might be his ticket to impressing the seasoned detectives and senior officers at Scotland Yard. Solving a disappearance that had baffled the force for half a century would certainly turn heads and raise eyebrows. It would announce his arrival as a clever and dogged investigator worthy of taking on greater challenges. Unfortunately, after weeks spent digging through the aging case files and re-interviewing the dwindling number of surviving witnesses, Patrick felt no closer to unraveling the truth behind Belle's vanishing. The case seemed just as impenetrable today as it had been in 1910, when Belle first went missing after a dinner party at her home. According to the statements and investigative notes contained in the weathered folio, the facts appeared to be as follows. Belle Crippen had been married to Dr. Harpy Crippen, a dentist who operated a modest and somewhat dreary practice in London. On the evening of March 14, 1910, the couple had hosted a small dinner party at their townhouse for a handful of friends and neighbors. It was intended to be a lively social affair, and by all accounts Belle had been in high spirits that night, chatting animatedly with guests in the parlor after dinner. She was known for being an outgoing and vivacious hostess, effortlessly putting even the most taciturn guests at ease with her warm smile and lilting laughter. Later in the evening, however, she had mysteriously hurried off, claiming she needed to travel urgently to America to care for a sick aunt. Dr. Crippen provided this account when questioned by police, but no travel records, telegrams, or other communication had ever surfaced to confirm Belle's alleged trip or aunt. The police had searched every passenger list and contacted port authorities up and down the eastern seaboard of America, but found no evidence that Belle had departed on any ship bound for the United States. Under repeated interviews by detectives, Dr. Crippen eventually admitted that his wife had not in fact rushed off to visit a sick relative that night, but rather had abandoned him completely, fleeing with her secret lover to parts unknown. But the dentist claimed no knowledge of who this alleged lover might be or where Belle had departed to. He insisted their marriage had been a happy one, and her abrupt departure had left him utterly devastated. However, certain troubling details emerged that cast doubt on Dr. Crippen's version of events. Neighbors reported hearing a loud argument between the Crippens the night before the dinner party. The morning after Belle's disappearance, a maid found a lady's necklace and broken teacup in the pantry, possible signs of a struggle. Most chilling of all, an Inspector Dew had noted specks of blood found on the basement stairs, though laboratory analysis at the time could not confirm it as human. An Inspector Dew had spearheaded the initial search for Belle, scouring passenger manifests and contacting authorities abroad in an attempt to locate her or the mysterious new companion. But the investigation yielded nothing, and with no body or solid evidence of foul play, the case had gradually faded from the public eye over years and decades. In 1927, Dr. Crippen himself passed away after a prolonged illness, taking whatever secrets he may have held regarding his wife's disappearance with him to the grave. Over the passing years, rumors and theories continued to swirl around what had befallen Belle that fateful night. Some speculated Dr. Crippen had slowly poisoned his wife and disposed of her body in an elaborate cover-up. Others were certain she truly had run off with a foreign lover, escaping her stifling marriage to live in anonymity abroad. The more sensational accounts even suggested she had been whisked away by spiritualists and occultists from Europe. There were even claims she had joined a secret society that granted her a new identity, allowing her to start a new life unencumbered by her past. The decades saw numerous articles and books produced sensationalizing the various colorful theories about Belle's fate. But no concrete facts or definitive proof ever emerged to solve the riddle conclusively. By 1960, the case had faded into a haze of rumor, supposition, and faded public interest. Patrick, however, felt compelled to diligently follow any last remaining leads, no matter how tentative. His beloved grandmother had been part of Belle's social circle, and she had taken her friend's sudden disappearance terribly hard. On her deathbed just last year, she had grasped Patrick's hand and implored him to pore over every scrap of evidence, leaving no stone unturned in his search for the truth. "Belle wouldn't just run off without telling us," his grandmother had insisted, her voice trembling with emotion. "She loved her life here too much. Despite that dreary husband of hers, something terrible happened, Patrick. I just know it." Patrick could still picture his grandmother's careworn face and clouded blue eyes as she clung to him with surprising strength given her frail state. Her words had carried the weight of long-borne grief and a simmering, unresolved anguish. Patrick had promised her then that he would uncover the truth, no matter how painstaking the process. And so here Patrick sat, having hit the same investigative dead ends as the police in 1910. He had no body, no solid evidence of harm coming to Belle, and nothing but hearsay and rumor to suggest she had come to an insidious end. The police files contained only the barest clues: a broken teacup found in the pantry, a smudged footprint in the garden, and the testimonies of party guests who provided hazy recollections of that night long ago. However, he did have one potential lead left. Belle's niece still resided in London to this day, now nearing 80 years of age herself. Perhaps she might recall some pertinent detail passed down by her elders before memories faded. It was a thin lead to be sure, but it was all Patrick had. He jotted down the niece's address and grabbed his coat and hat. The past may yet hold answers if he was diligent. Stepping out into the brisk evening air, Patrick tried to clear his mind of doubts and frustration. He had a job to do, and a promise to keep. For his grandmother's sake, he could not let this mystery slip fully into obscurity. The truth was out there somewhere in this sprawling city, and he would find it, even if it took him all night. With renewed determination, Patrick strode off into the twilight gloom. Chapter 9. Descendants' Curiosity. Patrick shifted on the antique sofa, its aged springs squeaking under his weight. The floral-patterned upholstery itched against his palms as he balanced the fragile bone china teacup and saucer on his knee. Across from him, Muriel grasped her own teacup, her thin, veined hands tremoring. Patrick watched with concern as she brought the cup to her pale lips with wavering effort, taking a tiny sip of the tepid tea. The china clinked softly as she set the cup down. Patrick studied Muriel's aged face, noting the furrow between her brows and the frown turning down her lips. Her watery blue eyes behind thick bifocals were filled with unease and hesitant hope. Muriel began, her reedy voice barely above a whisper. "Aunt Belle, I was just a young girl of 8 when she first disappeared." Muriel's gaze dropped to her gnarled hands clasped tightly in her lap. Patrick could sense the memories surfacing as she continued softly. "We all assumed at first she had finally grown bored and run off to America. Left behind her fancy parties and socialite lifestyle for the excitement of the big city across the Atlantic." Patrick leaned forward, keeping his voice gentle. "Can you recall any talk back then of her wanting to leave your uncle? Any gossip among the family that she had taken a male suitor?" Muriel slowly shook her head, the movement barely perceptible. "No, my mother, Belle's own sister, she never breathed a word of marital troubles or hints of another lover." She raised her eyes back to Patrick's. "Belle did so love her fine clothes and elegant soirees, dancing and drinking champagne late into the night with London's upper crust." Patrick nodded, jotting notes in his leather-bound notebook. No evidence yet to back the later claims that Belle had willingly eloped with the eccentric dentist. Do you? Muriel hesitated, her eyes dropping again. She glanced back up at Patrick. Do you think, perhaps, my Uncle Harold might have done away with her? Patrick weighed his response carefully, sensing her unease. We can't fully rule it out yet, but no remains were ever found on the property. No definitive proof she meant harm there. He kept his tone reassuring. Muriel's thin shoulders slumped as she let out a trembling sigh. The china teacup rattled on the table as she set it down. We did wonder, though, whispered about it as I grew older. Her voice was hushed now. Why no word from her after that night? Not a trace left behind. She raised her glistening eyes to Patrick's. She reveled in being the belle of the ball. It never sat right with any of us. Reaching out, Muriel grasped Patrick's hand tightly in her own. Her papery skin and gnarled grip belied a surprising firmness. I want to know what really happened. If you intend to keep investigating, please, find the answers we've waited so long for. Patrick patted her hand reassuringly. You have my word. I fully intend to get to the bottom of this. He gently freed his hand and opened his notebook. In fact, if you're willing, I'd like to take another look through your uncle's old home, specifically the basement. He continued. I'll need your cousin Charles' permission too, but the basement may still hold vital clues all these years later. Muriel considered this before nodding firmly. Yes, of course, do whatever you must. Urgency filled her voice now. This plagued our family for decades. It's long past time we uncovered the truth. Patrick offered a hopeful smile. I promise I'll let you know as soon as I find anything promising. He collected his things, adding, with some luck, we may finally have the answers you've waited so long for. Leaving the care home, Patrick felt the first twinge of real excitement pierce the case's gloomy shroud. He had secured approval from both Muriel and Charles to fully excavate the old Crippen residence basement. Police long ago had scoured it in vain for foul play evidence. But modern forensic science had advanced tremendously since then. Physical proof of Belle's fate might still lay buried below the foundation. Patrick steeled himself for gruesome possibilities as he headed to the station to file legal permissions for the exhumation. He might soon come face to face with history's most confounding killer. Or, if the eccentric dentist had told the bizarre truth, finally lay suspicions to rest and give peace to the poor man's soul. Bones undisturbed for over 50 years may finally reveal their secrets if handled with care. Patrick quickened his pace, eager for impending revelations. Muriel's acceptance of the expenditure and disruption was testament to how deeply the mystery still haunted her. Patrick was glad Charles, too, grasped the importance of letting him thoroughly comb every inch of his inherited property's basement, even reluctantly granting permission to uproot the floor entirely. Heavy machinery now churned through the Crippen family home's expansive gardens, while contractors carefully extracted the deep cellar's concrete flooring section by section under Patrick's watchful eye. Peeling back layer upon layer of histories, obscuring dust and decay, determined to excavate whatever grim clues still lay buried beneath. It took weeks of painstaking work before anything promising emerged. Patrick was conferring with the crew chief late one Friday afternoon when an excited young laborer burst into the basement waving his trowel. We found something over here, come quickly. He led them urgently to a far corner. Patrick felt his pulse quicken. Kneeling down, he peered into the freshly revealed pit. Jutting up through the dirt were unmistakable fragments of human bone. Patrick spent a torturous weekend waiting for lab results, thoughts churning with macabre possibilities. If these were Belle's remains, how had she died? Had the husband she left behind one fateful night so long ago eventually hunted her down in a rage when she tried to run? Or had the spurned dentist's passion turned violent when she rejected his advances? But when the DNA tests finally came back, they held an entirely different shock. The bones belonged to neither Belle nor her husband Harold. In fact, they were the remains of an unidentified male corpse buried decades prior, deepening the mystery further rather than resolving it. In the following weeks, the crew gradually emptied the rest of the basement floor. But the only other discovery proved equally perplexing. Tucked within the bare earth in one corner was a small, rusted box. Inside, they found cryptic pages filled with numbers and obscure symbols. Patrick spent late nights hunched over his desk, trying in vain to decipher their meaning. What was Harold Crippen trying to conceal down there? Or had someone else secreted away this coded message for reasons still unclear? With the basement fully excavated at last, Patrick had reached another frustrating dead end. No further human remains or definitive clues had emerged from the upended earth. He sat on the back steps as workers prepared to repour the concrete floor, turning options over in his mind. There had to be something they had missed, some telling piece of evidence waiting to be found. Suddenly, Patrick bolted upright. The greenhouse. It stood just outside the home's back entrance, and the elderly groundskeeper had offhandedly mentioned discovering strange writings scrawled across its interior walls after Harold Crippen's death. Patrick raced over and flung open the rickety wooden door. Cobwebs draped across the gloomy, overgrown space. But there along the rear brick wall was unmistakable evidence. Odd letters and symbols covered the faded paint in a frenzied script. Patrick's pulse quickened as he studied the indecipherable writings. What had driven the troubled doctor to take up his brush and feverishly record such cryptic gibberish here, in the solitude of his plant sanctuary? Patrick was so absorbed, he failed to register the creak of the old door behind him. There was a sudden blur of movement in his peripheral vision before pain exploded across the back of his skull. He collapsed forward into enveloping blackness. When Patrick groggily came to, he found himself bound tightly to a chair in the shadowy greenhouse. Twisting frantically against his restraints, he heard a mocking voice speak from the gloom. "I'm afraid you've gotten much too close to the truth, Mr. Investigator." A menacing figure loomed from the darkness. "I can't let you leave here alive with what you've uncovered." Patrick's blood turned to ice as his assailant approached, gleaming blade in hand. This was no random attacker. The fiend clearly knew the secrets Patrick had unearthed and would stop at nothing to keep them buried. Patrick strained wildly against the ropes binding him, mind racing. Who was this mysterious man who had tracked his investigation so closely? How had he known just where to lie in wait? There were forces at work here Patrick had never imagined, murderous figures whose existence he had stumbled upon too late. The killer smiled coldly as he raised the knife, its edge catching the dim light. "Don't worry, I'll make it quick. Can't leave any messy evidence lying around now, can I?" He took another step closer. Adrenaline surged through Patrick's veins. With a desperate roar, he wrenched his body sideways. The rickety wooden chair splintered apart from the force and Patrick crashed to the ground, hands still bound behind his back. Before the killer could react, Patrick lurched himself forward, slamming his shoulder into the man's knees. His assailant toppled over with a grunt, knife falling from his grip. Patrick rolled frantically, grasping for it with his fingers straining behind him. His hands finally closed around the handle. Sawing furiously at the ropes, he severed them just as the cursing killer stumbled back to his feet, Patrick flung himself sideways as the man lunged for him, clutching at air. In one motion, Patrick spun back around, driving the blade into his attacker's chest with all his strength. The killer's eyes went wide with shock and pain. He sank to his knees with a gurgling cry, then slumped motionless to the dusty greenhouse floor. Patrick slowly rose on shaky legs, heart hammering as he stared down at the spreading dark stain. He had no idea who this man was or what deranged motivation had driven him to attempted murder. But clearly there were dark secrets surrounding Belle Crippen's fate that someone would kill to keep hidden. This violent encounter had ripped away the case's thin veneer of civility and exposed the true menace lurking beneath. Patrick felt no triumph, only a rising dread. Whatever the truth, he had to uncover it before the demons of the past claimed any more lives. Leaving the care home, Patrick felt the first twinge of real excitement pierce the case's gloomy shroud. He had secured approval from Muriel and Charles both to exhume and fully excavate the basement of the old Crippen family residence. Police detectives all those decades ago had scoured every inch upstairs and down, searching in vain for any signs of foul play or telling clues. But forensic science had advanced tremendously since then. If Belle Crippen's remains did truly lay buried somewhere below the foundation, then surely with modern methods there would now be physical evidence. Patrick steeled himself for the gruesome possibilities as he headed to the police station. There were forms to file and legal permissions still required before he could begin digging up the basement. He might soon come face to face with history's most confounding cold case killer. Or, if the eccentric dentist had told the bizarre truth, finally lay to rest age-old suspicions and allow the poor man's soul some semblance of peace. Bones undisturbed beneath the dirt for over 50 years may finally give voice to their secrets, if handled with care. Patrick quickened his pace, feeling the thrill of impending revelations. Chapter 10. Exhuming the basement. The faintest hint of dawn crept over the horizon, a thin sliver of pale light creeping slowly across the inky night sky. As the glowing sliver widened, it softly illuminated the crumbling roof shingles and flaking paint of the old Crippen home, which sat decrepit and abandoned amidst a tangle of overgrown grass and weeds. The rising sun gradually melted away the darkness, bathing the wild, neglected yard in warm golden rays. Long shadows stretched across the knotted grass, crystallized with icy dew that crackled under the weight of the morning light. A damp, bone-chilling breeze swirled through the still air, carrying the earthy scent of decay that lingered around the property like a ghost. Patrick stamped his worn boots firmly into the hard, frozen ground, crushing the delicate, frosted blades of grass underfoot. He clutched a steaming thermos of bitter black coffee, seeking fleeting courage from its scalding heat as he watched the small excavation crew assemble their equipment near the side of the house. The resonant scrape of metal on rock rang out as shovels and pickaxes began tearing relentlessly into the impacted soil, dislodging enormous dirt clods that crumbled after decades of compaction. The crew grunted with exertion, their breath fogging in the chill fall air as they labored to remove layer after layer of debris and ancient dust suddenly freed from its subterranean grave. Patrick lifted the thermos to his cracked lips, feeling the piping hot liquid scald his tongue and sear its way down his throat. But the jolt of heat spread through his core, steeling himself against the biting morning chill that needled through his worn flannel shirt. He stamped his feet again, the broken shards of grass crunching under his heels, doing little to quiet the unease churning within the pit of his stomach. This excavation represented the culmination of months of painstaking research through moldy records, poring over decades-old case files, and chasing one frustrating dead end after another. The old property blueprints found crumbling away in the back of the town hall archives had finally provided a solid, tangible lead, a record showing a cellar that didn't appear on any other maps of the property. Patrick desperately hoped that decrepit cellar held the key to uncovering poor Muriel's Aunt Belle's fate after all these years. As Patrick paced an uneven line along the perimeter of the expanding pit, his mind churned through memories and theories until they became a torrent. He thought back to his first meeting with Muriel, now a kind, gentle elderly woman who had suffered quietly in uncertainty for so long. Her voice, soft and etched with the cracks of age, still lingered clearly in Patrick's mind as she recounted fond childhood memories of her cherished Aunt Belle. He remembered detecting a slight quiver in Muriel's whispered tone as she reluctantly described receiving the troubling news of her aunt's sudden disappearance, and the deep ache of not having closure that still persisted decades later. In Patrick's mind's eye, he could vividly picture a young, joyful Muriel as she was then, laughing merrily as she and Belle baked sugar cookies in a cozy cottage kitchen. Belle gazed down at her niece, the corners of her eyes crinkling with maternal affection and warmth. Then the image shifted, morphing into one of Muriel as a devastated young woman, clutching a tear-stained handkerchief as she learned of her dear aunt's abrupt, unexplained absence. Patrick felt his hands tighten around the thermos, unconsciously, fresh determination swelling within him. He had taken on this case to uncover the truth, not just for the sake of professional curiosity, but for Muriel's sake. She deserved to finally know what had really happened to her beloved aunt all those years ago. As the morning wore on, the last wisps of fog evaporated under the climbing sun. But progress remained painfully slow, the hidden cellar entrance stubbornly eluding detection despite hours of back-breaking digging. Patrick's fingers whitened as he gripped his coffee, watching the crew's shovels scrape relentlessly against the packed, unyielding soil while dread crept up his spine. What if their efforts proved fruitless? What if the entrance had long ago collapsed, sealing away its sinister secrets? Patrick's strides quickened as he paced a rut into the dying grass, anxiety mounting with each fruitless hour. Lives had been upended here, youthful hopes destroyed. For the sake of the voiceless victims, they had to uncover the truth. Generations of townspeople had lived out their simple lives completely unaware of the evil that once walked among them. What darkness and madness had truly lurked beneath Dr. Crippen's friendly, genial facade? What sinister secrets had taken root within the very walls that now surrounded them? Patrick felt a chill run through him that had nothing to do with the autumn air. He pictured the oblivious townsfolk cheerfully greeting Dr. Crippen on the streets, exchanging pleasantries without an inkling of the depravity brewing beneath the surface. He imagined young Belle arriving fresh-faced in town, hoping her new home with Muriel's family would be a fresh start. If only she had known the sinister truth about the man she would soon call her husband. Patrick's jaw tightened, fury kindling within him for all of Dr. Crippen's faceless victims. But then came an excited shout that made Patrick's heart nearly burst with anticipation. Hit something solid here, looks like concrete. Patrick raced to the pit's edge, his shoes slipping and sliding precariously on the steep, muddy slope. There, finally emerging inch by inch from the dark, clammy soil, lay a wide, flat slab of slate engraved with ornate designs. Damp dirt cascaded slowly from its etched edges, revealing patterns that Patrick instantly recognized from the old blueprints. The root cellar entrance, Patrick breathed, pulse roaring in his ears. Hit it open, quick but careful now. The crew scrambled for purchase on the heavy stone edges, sinking their tools deep to wedge beneath the slab. With loud grunts, they strained against the immense weight. The ancient slate ground reluctantly, anguished scraping echoes ringing out as jagged shards cracked off, skittering down the sheer dirt walls. After several tense minutes of prying, the cover finally budged. Rocks and dirt rained down around them as it swung ponderously open, revealing the dark void below. A powerfully dank, bone-chilling blast of air immediately wafted up from the gaping blackness, carrying with it an earthy stench that raised goosebumps on Patrick's arms. Donning masks against the foul air, Patrick and two diggers descended by flickering lantern light into the cellar's musty depths. The thin, darting beams faintly illuminated heaps of old tools, rows of cracked jars, and broken wooden furniture piled haphazardly along the earthen walls. Patrick's gaze darted around frantically, his pulse roaring in his ears. Any minute now, they could uncover Belle's remains. This was the moment he had both longed for and secretly dreaded since first picking up her decades-old trail. Patrick could hardly breathe as they carefully shoveled through the debris, every scrape of their shovels heightening his grim anticipation. Would they find Belle's bones, carelessly discarded and forgotten for decades? Or had the doctor disposed of her somewhere else entirely? Patrick's mind spun through gruesome possibilities as the minutes crawled by at an agonizing pace. Then a shout suddenly rang out, sending his heart lurching wildly. "Human remains!" Patrick scrambled desperately across the uneven floor, shoes slipping on the loose rubble and soil. But as the bones slowly emerged, his soaring hopes violently crashed back to earth. The skull was unmistakably male, aged years before Belle had even arrived in town. Patrick stumbled back, cursing viciously as despair threatened to swallow him. Another wasted lead, another dead end. Belle was still out there somewhere, lost in the shadows. "So if this poor soul isn't Aunt Belle," Maria later whispered into her cooling mug of tea, hands trembling, "then where on earth could she be?" Patrick had no answers, only a growing sense of dread pooling within him like stagnant water. For all the shocking secrets laid bare so far, the most critical one of Belle's ultimate fate still remained buried somewhere deep in the shadows, tantalizingly out of reach. Chapter 11. Testing the DNA. Patrick shifted restlessly in the rigid metal chair, the rhythmic tapping of his foot echoing in the sterile silence of the lab. He sat ramrod straight, unable to relax, as anticipation coiled in his gut like a viper readying to strike. His eyes darted around the gleaming room, taking in the spotless white counters and complex equipment that filled the space with an imposing, almost sinister aura. The bright fluorescent lights overhead cast a harsh glow on the array of machines lining the counters. Gas chromatographs with coils of tubing and glass chambers loomed over him. Digital displays blinking as samples ran through automated testing cycles. The regular beeping of the machines grated on Patrick's nerves, counting down the interminable minutes. Nearby, thermal cyclers hummed and whirred steadily, precious DNA samples spinning within as the machines cycled through target temperatures for PCR amplification. He pictured the microscopic fragments being relentlessly bombarded within the high-tech pressure cookers, forced to relinquish their precious secrets. Further down the counter, bioanalyzers with lasers and microscopy setups stood ready to decode nucleotides and scan for anomalies. The cutting-edge tools of science seemed to glare down at him, daring his amateur investigation to unravel a mystery that had eluded authorities for over a century. Patrick rubbed his sweaty palms on his jeans, trying to ignore the knot of tension coiling ever tighter in his stomach. He couldn't stop bouncing his leg, the rhythmic tapping of his foot on the linoleum floor, the only sound breaking the too quiet stillness. So close now. Answers were waiting behind that plain manila folder clutched in Dr. Abraham's steady hands. The key to unlocking a shadowy history Patrick had devoted years to illuminating, He studied the doctor as he reviewed the results, watching him closely from the corner of his eye while trying not to seem impatient. This unassuming man held the power to expose secrets buried for generations, or slam close the door on Patrick's search for good. Wisps of gray hair framed a kind face behind old-fashioned horn-rimmed glasses that sat perched on a prominent nose. An argyle sweater vest peeked out from his pristine lab coat, polyester fabric snagging slightly on the plastic chair as he settled in. Dr. Abrams leafed slowly through the pages, face impassive. Patrick resisted the urge to grab the papers and scan for answers himself. His palms grew damp and his mouth dry as the wait dragged on. The rhythmic tapping of his foot counted down the endless seconds as he waited, body rigid with anticipation. He couldn't stop picturing the muddy exhumation site in his mind's eye, the first splinters of wood giving way under their shovels, the damp earth yielding reluctantly to their efforts. The thrill, when a bone had emerged from the dark soil, tantalizingly close to freedom after a century sealed away in cold darkness. Patrick thought back to the clues that had led them to that hidden cellar grave. The altered land deeds, the missing journal pages, the gardener's disturbing suicide note, all signs pointing to long-buried secrets beneath the abandoned Crippen estate. He recalled the night they had broken in, shovels in hand, heart pounding with equal parts excitement and fear. The creak of the old wooden door opening to the cellar, the click of the flashlight illuminating stone steps, leading down into musty darkness. Descending into the unknown past, sensing they were close to unraveling a century-old mystery. He pictured Belle's haunting face in the fading photographs he had pored over late into the night. Her pale skin, dark flowing hair, and piercing eyes that seemed to follow him, pleading for justice. Patrick felt he owed it to her ghost to keep digging, to stay vigilant no matter how many dead ends he hit. Something sinister had happened here so long ago, something someone had gone to great lengths to bury and forget. But the past could not stay hidden forever. Patrick was jolted from his thoughts as the door finally swung open and Dr. Abrams shuffled in, focused entirely on the pages in hand. He sat up straighter, shoulders taut, leaning forward intently to catch every word. This was it, the moment of truth. Well, we made as thorough an examination as possible, given the age and condition of the remains. Dr. Abrams began without glancing up. Patrick's pulse quickened at the news of finally tangible progress after months of fruitless searching and maddening dead ends. The skeleton belonged to a male approximately 50 years old at time of death, based on the wear patterns and fusion of the cranial sutures, Dr. Abrams continued matter-of-factly. Patrick nodded impatiently. This matched their initial guesswork at the muddy exhumation site weeks earlier. He pictured the scene again in his mind's eye as Dr. Abrams spoke, the first splinters of rotted wood giving way under their shovels, the sucking sound as the damp earth reluctantly yielded to their efforts. The thrill when a femur bone had emerged from the dark soil, tantalizingly close to freedom after a century sealed away. Dr. Abrams adjusted his glasses, peering intently at the next page of notes. No obvious perimortem trauma present on the bones. Patrick's shoulders slumped slightly at the dead end. One more hope extinguished. But the doctor quickly added, however, there were some distinctive features that could aid identification. At this, Patrick perked up again, pulse thrumming in his ears. Any anomalies or distinguishing marks might provide the critical clue needed to unravel this tortuous mystery. He leaned forward intently, hanging on each word. Let's see, Dr. Abrams murmured, scanning the report. He had a collarbone fracture that healed unevenly, likely from a childhood injury or bad fall. 2 molars extracted from the left side of the mandible years before death. Oh, and pronounced osteoarthritic changes present on the right hip and femur. He glanced up over the rims of his glasses. Ring any bells? Match your missing persons or their known associates? Patrick pursed his lips, mentally sifting through the paltry physical details unearthed about the key figures: the timid gardener with nervous hands, the wealthy widow next door who walked with a cane, the professor with wandering eyes behind thick spectacles. In his mind, he tried to picture each one as he had last seen them in grainy photographs, imagining if their movements matched the skeleton's distinguishing features. But after deliberation, he slowly shook his head. No, the original police reports don't mention anything like that. And the skeleton is clearly too old to be Belle's alleged lover from 1910. Dr. Abrams nodded. Yes, indeed. We put the remains at pre-1900s, based on soil remnants and degree of decomposition. He flipped to the next page where highlights and scribbled notes filled the margins, tapping one section enthusiastically. However, the DNA results proved more enlightening. Patrick sat up straighter, pulse hammering in his ears, the only sound in the too-quiet lab. This was it. A tangible lead after so many months of fruitless searching, poring over faded photographs, musty land deeds, and crumbling journal scraps. We extracted mitochondrial DNA from the bone marrow and cross-referenced it against criminal databases first, looking for any shared mutations or allele frequency patterns. Dr. Abrams glanced up briefly to see if Patrick was following the scientific details before continuing. No definitive database matches, but we did get a partial hit when we expanded the search parameters. He slid a printout across the steel table. Patrick grasped it with trembling, eager fingers, eyes frantically scanning the data until they landed on the bolded name. Edith Collins. Collins, he murmured aloud. Recognition flared. Collins was Belle Crippen's maiden name before she married Dr. Horace Crippen in 1895. Excitement rose in his chest, tangible progress after so many detours and dead ends. Dr. Abrams' eyes glinted behind his spectacles in shared excitement. Exactly. The DNA sample came from Belle's grandniece, so clearly there is a familial link between our unidentified male corpse and Belle Crippen, a secret relative, buried surreptitiously in her own cellar. This is bigger than I imagined, Patrick muttered, jumping up and grabbing his jacket off the back of the chair. Have you contacted the grandniece yet? Dr. Abrams shook his head, hands raised placatingly. No, I'll leave that to you. But let me know if you uncover his identity so I can update our records. But Patrick was already rushing out the door, mind racing, possibilities swirling wildly. He could feel it in his veins. The end of Belle's story was close at hand. The ocean of unanswered questions had narrowed to a single rivulet of truth that would finally quench over a century of uncertainty. Patrick sped toward Edith Collins' home as the sun dipped below the horizon, his headlights cutting through the gathering autumn gloom. Whatever secrets Edith held, he would uncover them. The dead were calling out to him from their graves, and he would give them a voice once more. As he drove, his mind churned over the possibilities raised by the DNA results. A secret relative of Belle's, buried in her own cellar under cover of darkness all those years ago. Horrific scenarios flashed through his mind: a vengeful lover, an illegitimate child, a twin separated at birth. Each a compelling thread he could follow to unravel this mystery. Patrick tightened his grip on the steering wheel, possibilities swirling as the dark road unfurled before him. He couldn't stop picturing the exhumation site, the first splinters of rotted wood giving way to their shovels, the damp earth reluctantly yielding its secrets. The thrill when that first bone had emerged into the light after a century entombed in cold darkness. Who was this man, and how was he connected to Belle? The unknowns pressed on him, like the shadows gathering at the road's edge as daylight fled. He had devoted years to illuminating the sinister fate that had silenced Belle so long ago. The gardener's cryptic suicide note, the missing journal pages, all signs pointing to the truth buried beneath that crumbling foundation. Was this lost soul the final key? As Patrick pulled up to Edith's modest home, light spilled from the windows onto the lawn. He strode rapidly up the walk, leaves swirling around his feet. Rapping sharply on the door, he called out, "Edith Collins, it's Patrick McGregor." The door creaked open, and a stooped figure stood silhouetted in the yellow light. "You found him, didn't you?" she said softly. "You found my uncle." Patrick stepped inside, pulse quickening. "Your uncle? So you know who he is?" Edith lowered herself gingerly into a worn armchair, motioning for Patrick to sit across from her. She closed her eyes as if steeling herself. His name was Jonathan Collins. She opened her eyes, gazing directly at Patrick. "He was my Aunt Belle's twin brother." Patrick's mind reeled at this revelation. Separated twins, one more twist in this tortuous mystery. He leaned forward intently. "Tell me everything." As the story poured out of Edith in halting phrases, Patrick listened raptly, the final puzzle pieces clicking into place. The desperate pacts, midnight rides, coded letters, all part of a doomed effort to reunite the severed halves of a whole. Now, over a century later, Belle's twin had been exhumed from the silent earth. The secrets buried with him were secrets no more. The dead had called out, and Patrick had answered. Chapter 12. Unexpected Results. A sharp rap of knuckles on weathered wood sliced through the stillness of the early morning air. Detective Patrick Murphy straightened his faded brown trenchcoat against the autumn chill, the well-worn fabric offering little protection against the biting cold. He stamped his feet on the creaking porch of the old Victorian house, its peeling lavender paint and sagging roof showing the slow decay of time. His breath came out in frosty white puffs that dissipated into the cool air. He rubbed his gloved hands together vigorously, trying to work some warmth into his numb fingers, then stamped his black leather shoes several times, the worn soles crunching on fallen leaves scattered across the porch like crinkled confetti. Glancing around the neglected yard, he noted a mossy bird bath, tilted on its side in the overgrown grass, filled with stagnant rainwater and rotting leaves that lay sodden and limp. A few wilted chrysanthemums clung to life in a nearby flower bed, their raggedy crimson blooms drooping sadly under the weight of recent frosts. Nearby, a rusty tricycle lay abandoned under a gnarled oak tree, covered in a thick layer of dirt and cobwebs that clung to it like an intricate net. He imagined generations of children who had played here over the decades, their youthful laughter and imaginative adventures now only echoes from the past. What stories would they tell if they could speak? The morning sun was just beginning to peek over the tops of the trees, sending slanted rays cutting through the lingering mist. Dewdrops clung to the unkempt grass and weeds, pushing up through cracks in the porch stairs. Somewhere in the distance, a dog barked and a screen door creaked open and slammed shut. The neighborhood was beginning to stir. As the minutes ticked by, the cold seeped through Patrick's coat and settled into his bones. He hunched his shoulders against the chill, blowing on his gloved hands and wishing fervently that someone would answer the door. His breath came out in icy puffs, like smoke signals dissipating in the air. Just as he was about to knock again, the heavy oak door finally swung open with a long, mournful creak that set his teeth on edge. An elderly woman peered up at him through thick bifocals that magnified her pale blue eyes until they looked owl-like in her deeply lined face. Wisps of silver hair escaped from her loose bun, glowing in the rays of early morning light that streamed past her slender frame. She was dressed simply in a faded floral house dress and tan cardigan dotted with pills. Veins traced delicate mats under her nearly translucent skin, and liver spots dotted her wrinkled hands. Patrick guessed she must be at least 80, if not older. "Mrs. Edith Collins?" Patrick asked, internally wincing at the loud crack in his voice. He cleared his throat and tried again in a lower register. "I'm Detective Patrick Murphy. We spoke on the telephone about your aunt Belle Crippen." Yes, please come in," she said in a quavering, papery voice that sounded like dry leaves rustling. She stood aside with some effort, gesturing with a trembling, spotted hand for him to enter. Stepping over the threshold, Patrick was assaulted by the overpowering scent of aged wood, mothballs, and lemon oil. His shoes sank into the threadbare Persian carpet, the ornate floral patterns worn almost smooth in places from decades of footsteps. Following her slow, shuffling steps, he walked down the dark, narrow hallway past faded damask wallpaper, its elaborate silver ferns and ivy now barely a whisper of color. Dusty picture frames lined the walls, their inhabitants staring at him with unseen eyes, as if suspicious of this stranger in their midst. She led him into a small sitting room crowded with antique furniture draped in yellowing lace doilies and antimacassars. Patrick perched gingerly on an empire sofa covered in faded brocade fabric that exhaled a puff of dust into the air as he sat down. He stifled his sneeze as particles danced in the sunlight streaming through the lace curtains, carried on currents of cold air seeping through poorly insulated window frames. The floral fabric was worn and thin in spots, with bits of horsehair stuffing poking through like unkempt hair. He shifted slightly, trying to find a more comfortable position on the lumpy down cushions that offered little support. Across from him sat an ornately carved armchair, upholstered in threadbare burgundy velvet. The deep crimson color had faded to a washed-out pinkish hue over the decades. A hand-crocheted afghan in intricate chevron patterns lay draped over the curved back, the once vibrant colors now muted with age. "Thank you for seeing me, Mrs. Collins," Patrick said, removing his hat and placing it carefully on his lap. The curved brim was frayed and worn from years in the field. "I have some important updates about your aunt's case that I'd like to discuss, if you're up for it." Edith Collins nodded, more wisps of white hair coming loose to frame her deeply lined face. She leaned forward slowly, bracing her thin, frail-veined hands on her knees. Despite her advanced age and diminutive stature, her pale eyes were sharp and focused. Patrick noticed her hands shaking slightly as she anticipated his update. "You found her remains, then?" she asked bluntly. Patrick hesitated, rubbing his unshaven chin as he chose his words carefully. The stubble rasped under his glove. "Well, not exactly," he finally said. "That's what I wanted to speak with you about. We've had an unexpected development." He went on to explain in a calm but serious tone how crew members had discovered a male skeleton buried in the basement of Belle's former home instead of her expected remains. Edith's eyes widened in surprise, her thin lips parting slightly as she took in this shocking revelation. She blinked rapidly several times, sinking back into the moth-eaten cushions as if the strength had drained from her fragile body. "A man buried there?" she asked faintly. Patrick nodded, watching her reaction closely, ready to comfort her if it proved too much. But after the initial shock passed, she simply sat very still in the faded armchair, veiny hands clasped tightly in her lap, staring off into space as she processed this bizarre turn of events. The old carriage clock on the marble mantel ticked loudly in the silence, underscoring the heaviness of the moment. After several long moments, she spoke, her voice barely above a whisper. "Who was this man buried in my aunt's home, and why?" She shook her head slowly in confusion. "My mother was an only child, so he couldn't possibly be Belle's brother." She paused, brow furrowing into a maze of crevices. "A cousin, perhaps." "That's what I was hoping you could help me determine," Patrick said eagerly, removing a slim manila folder from his scuffed brown leather briefcase. Inside were autopsy reports, crime scene photographs, and DNA analysis, the tangible artifacts of this perplexing mystery. I had the DNA report, autopsy results, some basic biographical information. I thought we could go through your family records, photographs, anything that might help identify if any men related to you died around that time. "Of course, whatever I can do to assist you," Edith said, slowly rising from the sofa. Patrick followed her down the narrow hallway lined with faded damask wallpaper and dusty ornate frames. The hardwood floorboards groaned loudly under their combined weight. He trailed his gloved hand over the peeling paper, noticing areas where the ferns and ivy had been worn away to the barest outline. What long-buried secrets had these walls witnessed? She led him to a small office crowded with precarious stacks of boxes, bulging file cabinets and bookcases jammed with letter albums, disintegrating folders and crumbling documents. With practiced ease, she began rifling through the chaotic archives, assembling an array of materials: diaries, faded black and white photographs, notebooks held together by brittle rubber bands. Soon they were sifting through the dusty trove of Colin's family history, scanning sepia-toned photographs and fragile parchments for any clues that might crack the case. One formal portrait showed promise. A stern-looking bearded man, simply labeled Harold Collins in spidery cursive, bore a strong resemblance to the skull Patrick had seen. Further searching uncovered his obituary. Harold Collins had died of influenza in 1938 and was buried in the family plot upstate. Another dead end. After hours puzzling over the disorganized records, Patrick leaned back with a sigh, tossing a leather journal onto the overflowing desk. A plume of dust motes swirled in the air, illuminated by the thin afternoon sunlight filtering through the dirt-encrusted windows. He removed his hat and ran a hand through his tousled chestnut hair in frustration. "No one who matches our John Doe's description and time frame. I'm afraid we're no closer to figuring out his identity or connection to your aunt." Edith gave a small shrug, the weight of time and faded memories clear on her deeply creased face. "I'm afraid I don't have any recollection of another man being part of this family history," she said slowly. "Certainly my mother never mentioned anything about another person buried there." Her voice held a note of defeat in its quavering tone. Patrick nodded, rubbing his temple where a nagging headache now brewed. The dusty air and ice drain from hours of poring over records was taking its toll. He began carefully gathering the crumbling contents back into their respective boxes and cabinets, not wanting to disturb the meticulous system Edith had created over the years. "Well, thank you again for taking the time to go through all of this. Please let me know if you happen to come across anything that could help us learn more about who this man was and how he connects to your aunt's story." Leaving the musty confines of the sprawling Collins estate, Patrick shivered as the chill autumn air hit his face. He blinked against the late afternoon brightness, crisp golden leaves swirling around his feet as he walked down the creaky porch steps. Despite the fresh air, frustration still clouded his mind. Why would a complete stranger be secretly buried at Belle's former home decades ago? And if those bones didn't belong to Belle either, what on earth had really happened to the woman who had once walked these very halls? He realized he had been so focused on assumptions about Dr. Crippen's guilt that he ignored other potential clues and scenarios. There could be more twists and turns to unravel before this mystery gave up its secrets. Back at his desk down at the precinct, Patrick once again pored over the dusty case files, faded photographs, and yellowed interview transcripts. Somewhere in these puzzle pieces laid fresh clues, just waiting to be pieced together in new ways if only he examined them with fresh eyes. There must be some thread he could follow, some overlooked lead that would unravel this tangled decades-old mystery. As the old clock tower outside the precinct window chimed midnight, Patrick scrubbed a hand over his bleary eyes, but remained resolute. Justice delayed was justice denied, and he owed it to both Belle Crippen and this unknown man found buried on her property to breathe new life into the long, cold case and find the answers. Even if it took years of piecing together decades-old clues, he would solve the mystery and bring closure. The truth was waiting to be discovered, hidden beneath the layers of time. He just had to dig deep enough. With renewed determination, he turned back to the files spread across his desk and began scanning the pages again, searching for the elusive clues that would unlock this mystery once and for all. Chapter 13. Archiving the Evidence. Patrick sank into his desk chair, the cracked brown letter creaking under his weight like a dying gasp. He let out a long, exasperated sigh that seemed to drain the last viscous drops of energy from his body. With leaden arms, he reached up and began kneading his throbbing temples, trying in vain to massage away the relentless jackhammer pulse of the headache that had taken up residence in his skull. The mountain of paperwork spread out before him on the chipped oak desk suddenly seemed as vast and unconquerable as Everest. Police reports crammed with clinical jargon and minute details in an indecipherable code. Interview transcripts riddled with evasions and half-truths that crumbled away upon closer scrutiny. Lab results filled with percentages and chemical terms as incomprehensible to the average person as ancient Sanskrit. After hours of fruitless scrutiny, the tiny print had begun to blur together into a haze, the words losing all meaning. Patrick blinked hard, trying to force his stinging eyes to bring the pages back into focus. He picked up the top manila folder with a deep crease down the middle and skimmed through it once more, rubbing his bleary eyes. In his mind, he could still see the desolate crime scene as clearly as a photograph, the cruiser's blazing headlights cutting through the pitch darkness as he and his partner, Arthur, had arrived at the lonely estate. Gravel crunching under their shoes with each step past the rusted iron gates hanging askew on their hinges. 50 years of harsh weather had transformed the once proud brick mansion into a crumbling relic, its clouded windows staring out like the blank eyes of a long-dead corpse. Inside, their flashlights had roved over the remnants of its former glory, peeling floral wallpaper now faded to ghostly shadows, expansive mahogany bookshelves coated in a film of gray dust, a dining table with lion head feet that must have once hosted grand parties but now lurked under a shroud of yellowed linen. With each room explored, new details had emerged from the gloom, an intricate web of cracks veining across the ceiling, clusters of mottled green-black mold blooming up the corners, an array of ominous rusty stains seeping into the rotting floorboards that groaned under their footsteps. The air was heavy with the sickly sweet stench of decay and abandonment. It was a house that seemed utterly forgotten by time, jealously guarding its secrets against intruders. Patrick paused, pinching the bridge of his nose against the throbbing in his skull. He could still recall the damp earthy scent, as their shovels had first bitten into the soil beneath the creaking porch. The dry crackling of the plastic tarps when the exhumation team finally unwrapped the misshapen bundle found within. And then the shock as the skull was revealed. And not the delicate bones of Belle Crippen after all, but the heavier set and prominent brow of an unknown male relative. Another question mark to add to the rapidly growing pile. Another loose and fraying thread in the tangled skein of this mystery. He thought back to his visit to the university archives, the careworn handles of the sliding ladder cool and smooth under his calloused palms as he ascended to the upper-level stacks. There, the archivist had reverently laid the damaged old film reel on the projector table, its brittle film crackling as it slowly fed through the device's clicking gears and spun past the flickering light. Ghostly images had sputtered across the pitted screen of figures in dark hooded robes moving in lockstep through shadowy stone tunnels, strange archaic symbols carved into the walls by torchlight. A woman's pale face glimpsed briefly through a barred Gothic window, her eyes full of wordless terror. None of it seemed to connect in any logical way, as if the scenes had been plucked at random from some surreal nightmare. The archivists could find no identifiable location or context for the puzzling vignettes, leaving them suspended eerily out of both time and place. Just one more piece that refused to fit anywhere within the confines of the investigative puzzle Patrick had laid out so meticulously. He picked up a grainy crime scene photo from the top of one of the precariously stacked piles on his desk. It showed the cryptic coded note found scribbled on the back of an old family photograph after Dr. Crippen's suspicious suicide. Patrick squinted at the inscrutable symbols, tracing them with a fingertip, as if he could feel the indentations left by the frantic force of Crippen's fountain pen. He willed the letters to divulge their secret meaning, coaxing them gently like a safe cracker turning the dial with exquisite patience. But the note remained indecipherable, its message securely locked away inside a vault Patrick could not break open. With a defeated sigh, he tossed the photo back onto the heap. The sudden metallic shriek of the desk phone made him jolt as if shot, shattering the tomb-like silence that had settled over the cramped evidence room. Patrick fumbled for the receiver, knocking over a teetering stack of transcripts that fanned out across the floor like scattered leaves. "Evidence room, Detective Collins speaking," he managed, cringing at the obvious bone weariness that had crept into his own voice. "Collins, it's Chief Holloway." The gruff baritone of his superior immediately set Patrick's teeth on edge. He sat up straighter in his chair, trying to inject some vigor into his tone. "Chief Holloway, hello, what can I do for you, sir?" "I want an update on the Crippen case. Please tell me you finally got something big, because the mayor has been breathing down my neck every damn day demanding results." Patrick felt himself deflate like a spent balloon as the last molecules of hope and energy were sucked from his body. He scrubbed a palm over his grainy, stinging eyes with one hand while holding the phone to his ear with the other. I'm afraid not, sir. I've been over every scrap of evidence, twice conducted interviews with every surviving member of the family and social circle I could track down. But the trail just keeps twisting back on itself like a snake eating its own tail. Short of being able to interrogate Dr. Crippen himself through some kind of seance. He trailed off with a hopeless shrug the chief could not see. "I'm just spinning my wheels here. No promising new leads have surfaced in weeks now." The chief let out a long exhale on the other end that whistled through the phone line like the gust preceding a storm. "So you still can't even confirm whether that body you dug up was Crippen's wife or not?" "Unfortunately, no, sir," Patrick admitted, the bitter taste of failure acrid on his tongue. All the lab could determine was the remains belonged to a male relative of Belle's, based on DNA analysis. But we've found no evidence yet as to how he died or who buried him in the family plot. Just another loose thread leading nowhere. He could perfectly envision the remote, weed-choked corner of the estate where the body had been unearthed, tucked away forgotten beneath the drooping boughs of a dying elm tree. It seems everything we unearth spawns a dozen more questions without getting us any closer to real answers, he concluded heavily. And what about that creepy film you found hidden up in Crippen's attic? The chief pressed. The one with all the bizarre ritualistic imagery you mentioned. Any clues there? Patrick quickly shuffled through the scattered notes on his desk, skimming over the lengthy written description of the unsettling and seemingly meaningless vignettes captured on the aged film reel. Again, nothing concrete yet. The experts in film preservation studied it frame by frame, but couldn't pin down any true contextual information. Just more strange symbolism and sequences with no clear connection to Belle or the case. He grimaced, the admission acidic on his tongue. It's like trying to assemble a puzzle when we don't even know what picture we're trying to create. Over the line, he heard Chief Holloway blow out another long, frustrated breath. So, in other words, we're essentially no closer to the truth now than we were over 50 years ago, when this whole sordid affair first landed on the department's doorstep. Patrick's shoulders slumped in defeat. I'm afraid that about sums it up, sir. Short of Belle's remains themselves miraculously turning up, or her long-rumored hidden diary surfacing at last, this trail has gone colder than a forgotten gravesite. For a long moment, the line was silent, except for the crackle of static. Patrick steeled himself for the eruption of disappointment and harsh rebukes he knew was brewing on the other end. But when Chief Holloway spoke again, his gravelly voice was uncharacteristically gentle. Well, I appreciate you doing your level best to work this ice-cold case. Son, I know solving this riddle carried special meaning for your family, too. Patrick let out a breath he hadn't realized he'd been holding. Yes, sir. I really hoped I could finally get answers that have eluded us for 2 generations now. Provide some closure. I understand, but you may be right. Some stones are just too heavy to overturn, no matter how deep we dig. The chief's unexpected empathy steadied Patrick's frayed nerves. He clung to the lifeline, feeling the churning current of frustration begin to slow. Thank you for your patience, sir. I'll start boxing up the evidence first thing in the morning to transfer down to the archives. No hurry on that. Take a day to rest first, Chief Holloway advised kindly. You've been inhaling enough dust to fossilize. Stuck in that dingy file room for weeks. There are plenty of fresh cases that need your focus. Will do, Chief, and thank you again for understanding. Patrick slowly returned the receiver to its cradle, the chief's compassion leaving him momentarily stunned. He sat motionless for a long minute, feeling the full weight of disappointment pressing down now that he no longer had to put on a brave face. His grandmother had always spoken so wistfully about her childhood friend Belle's mysterious fate, longing for an answer she would never receive. Patrick had truly thought he could finally solve the riddle that haunted her, and instead he had merely added another failed try to the pile. A sudden knock at the half-open door made him turn. Patrick looked up to see his partner Arthur leaning into the room, sandy eyebrows furrowed with concern beneath the tousled forelock of his blonde hair. Everything all right in here? I thought I heard the fearsome bellows of Chief Holloway berating you through the door, Arthur said, giving Patrick a sympathetic glance. Despite his mood, Patrick cracked a wry smile at his partner's poetic phrasing. Arthur had a knack for piercing through gloom like a ray of sunlight cutting through storm clouds. No, for once he actually took it easy on me, just disappointed I couldn't manage to crack the impossible Crippen case after all. Patrick shook his head ruefully. staring down at his densely scrawled notes without really seeing them. I was so sure I could finally tease out an answer, put some restless old ghosts to bed after all this time. Arthur stepped fully into the cramped room, boots crunching through the carpet of discarded papers. He perched on the edge of Patrick's desk and fixed him with an earnest hazel gaze. "Hey, don't beat yourself up over this. You worked this ice-cold case harder than anyone could expect," he said bracingly. "But mysteries that have laid dormant for decades don't often readily give up their secrets. Trying to solve a riddle this old is like assembling a jigsaw puzzle with half the pieces missing." He gestured at the voluminous piles of documents and evidence samples, cluttering every horizontal surface around them. "Just look at everything you managed to unearth. The fact you even traced that unearthed body back to the Crippen bloodline through DNA is incredible detective work. No one has managed to dig up a single meaningful clue in over 50 years. But eventually, the trail goes dead for even the most dogged investigator. You followed this thing as far as humanly possible." As always, Arthur's calm wisdom helped loosen the tight knots of tension in Patrick's shoulders, easing some of the bitter sting of defeat. He nodded slowly, feeling the dark fog over his mind start to thin. "You're absolutely right, as always. I need to learn when to admit I'm chasing phantoms. As much as it galls me to let go of a mystery, not every riddle in life comes with a convenient solution. Come on, help me box up this dusty dragon's treasure trove so we can haul it down to the evidence archive dungeons," Arthur said bracingly, sliding off the desk corner and clapping a hand on Patrick's shoulder. "Then I'll buy you a restorative ale at Maginty's to rinse the dust from that overworked brain." Patrick managed a small but sincere smile up at his partner, the first one in weeks. "Thanks, Art. I knew I could count on you to pull me out of the abyss when I get too deep in the cold case cave-in." The two detectives worked in companionable silence to gather up the weathered documents and carefully package the decades-old evidence into archival boxes. As Patrick folded down the flap on the final container, he placed a hand on the lid for a moment in silent farewell. "I'm sorry, Grandma. I really thought the past would finally give up its secrets to me. But your friend's story still remains untold. Someday, maybe the missing pieces will emerge to light. Until then, rest easy knowing I did my best." With a rueful shake of his head, he hefted the box up into his arms and carried it out the door, following Arthur down the dim hallway that led to the vast windowless depths of the police storage archives. There, the Crippen case boxes would wait, sealed in their cardboard tomb beneath flickering fluorescent lights, for the distant day when someone might exhume the truth buried within. For now, the riddle endured, still safely shrouded in its veil of mystery, but someday, surely, it would relinquish its secrets and breathe free. Chapter 14. 1970s, the Crippen case closed. The decades drifted by slowly, each passing year further dimming the once vivid recollections and aging the fragile documents, the only remaining remnants of the sensational disappearance of Belle Crippen so many years prior. By the mid-1970s, few living souls remained who could claim to recall the lurid details of the mystery firsthand. On a dreary October morning in 1975, veteran reporter James Collins arrived early at the Yorkshire Post headquarters, as had been his habit for over 40 years. Now 63, James specialized in retrospective pieces re-examining London's most puzzling unsolved crimes. He settled into his desk in the mostly empty office, the rich aroma of fresh coffee mingling with the musty smell of old newspapers and dust. Glancing at the front page mock-up, featuring his latest story, Belle Crippen, Gone but Not Forgotten, and memories of the biggest case of his career came flooding back. James could still picture Belle's radiant smile gracing the music hall stage, her melodic voice and charm captivating the audience. He heard in his mind the sensational gossips swirling around London about her tumultuous marriage to the eccentric homeopathic Dr. Hawley Harvey Crippen. Their ostentatious parties at 39 Hildrop Crescent contradicted whispers of violent arguments behind closed doors. Taking a long sip of black coffee, James sighed deeply as he stared pensively out the foggy window. He steepled his wrinkled fingers, lost in recollection of sneaking through the creaky wooden gate into the overgrown garden behind 39 Hildrop Crescent under cover of darkness as a teenage reporter, hoping to find clues the police had missed. The thrill of uncovering a critical handwritten letter left behind in Belle's dressing room after her disappearance, forgotten by the investigators. His desperate attempt to interview a stone-faced Dr. Crippen as he was led into the Old Bailey courthouse in 1910, wearing his infamous rimless spectacles. Determined to capture this defining moment of his long career for the sake of posterity, James inserted a fresh sheet of paper into his trusted typewriter and began dutifully typing. Page after page emerged, detailing Crippen's chilling demeanor throughout the investigation, speculation on his motives, the sensational transatlantic pursuit by ocean liner, and the puzzling conflicting accounts of Belle's final days alive. James poured all his recollections onto the page. Crippen's bizarre claim that Belle had run off with another man contrasted with worrisome bloodstains found in their home. The frenzied search of Hildrop Crescent, where investigators had first discovered Belle's disturbing severed hair bundles wrapped neatly with ribbon. How Crippen had calmly gone into hiding with his teenage secretary Ethel Leneve, disguised as a father and son traveling to America before their infamous capture. Across London as dusk fell, 83-year-old Adeline Wright slowly creaked open the door to collect the evening paper. She settled into her rocking chair by the fireplace, the flickering flames casting dancing shadows across the quiet room. Unfolding the Yorkshire Post, a headline immediately seized her attention: Belle Elmore Crippen, gone but not forgotten. Hands trembling, she reached for her reading glasses and began scanning the article. When she saw the accompanying photo of Belle Elmore looking radiant on the music hall stage, Adeline gasped audibly as memories came rushing back. Though decades had passed, she recognized Belle immediately. They had been chorus girls together in their youth, before Belle achieved fame and an aristocratic marriage to Dr. Crippen. Adeline's mind drifted back to the night in 1908, when Belle had first tearfully confided escalating fears about Crippen's volatile temper and suspected infidelity. She vividly recalled Belle sobbing hysterically backstage after a show, makeup streaming down her pale, frightened face, as she finally admitted Crippen had struck her in a drunken rage days before, leaving vicious bruises. Adeline had held her trembling friend tightly, assuring her the cruel abuse wasn't her fault. "Oh, Belle, what really happened to you?" Adeline whispered out loud, a single tear rolling down her wrinkled cheek. She reverently clipped the article and photo from the paper and placed them in an old keepsake box. Inside lay the only known surviving photo of her and Belle together, two vivacious young Corines, arms entwined, smiling brightly with hope for the future. Adeline clasped the box tightly to her heart, closed her eyes, and said a prayer for the sweet, kind-hearted girl she had once known. The following morning at Scotland Yard, Detective Harold Winthrop sorted dutifully through the dusty file boxes containing materials from the 1910 Crippen investigation. As a rookie cop, he had assisted the seasoned detectives, meticulously transcribing interviews and organizing documents related to London's most sensational case that year. Now graying and nearing retirement himself, Harold felt drawn to revisit the mysterious case that had kicked off his long career. He slowly sifted through his personal notes from interviewing Crippen's secretary Ethel Leneve in 1910, who had fled with the doctor on a transatlantic ocean liner before their eventual capture. Her steadfast devotion to Crippen, despite his heinous alleged crime, had both baffled and touched Harold at the time. He recalled Ethel's broken voice and frantic proclamations of innocence as she begged the police to spare the bespectacled man she loved. Harold vividly remembered pressing her for any information she had on Belle's disappearance, while Ethel protested through anguished sobs that surely Crippen could not be capable of harming his own wife. Shaking his head, Harold neatly packed the aging files back into their dusty box. No concrete evidence uncovered in 1910, yet so many tragic and unanswered questions had lingered through the decades. He glanced at the morning paper and the Crippen retrospective article on his desk. "Well, Miss Elmore, looks like you stumped us for good," Harold whispered under his breath. Switching off the desk lamp, he grabbed his coat and left the ghosts of the past behind in the darkened office as he headed out into the cold London night. In March 1976, the Metropolitan Police Assistant Commissioner formally declared the Crippen case closed indefinitely, barring any improbable major forensic breakthroughs or earth-shattering evidentiary developments. The intricacies of the case would undoubtedly continue to confound and intrigue future generations. But concrete chances of definitively cracking the elusive truth had firmly slipped away, as transient and fleeting as the turbulent era which birthed this enduring mystery in the first place. Some puzzles even the seasoned hounds at Scotland Yard had to reluctantly resign to the capricious ages. Chapter 15, 2020 Missouri Suicide Discovery. The late afternoon sun beat down on the back of Deputy Graham Brooks' neck as he steered his cruiser down the dusty rural route. Out here in Buchanan County, Missouri, the sleepy countryside saw little in the way of drama or mystery. With a population barely cresting 400 on a good day, most days brought minor action at best for the county police force. A cow or two getting loose, some teenagers toilet papering trees or spraying graffiti under cover of night. These constituted the height of crimes around these parts. So when the crackling dispatcher's voice came over the radio about a suspected suicide out at the old Oswald farm, Graham stifled a small sigh. Likely just another case of some poor, depressed old drunk who had stumbled into a sorry end, as they sadly saw a few times a year in the more remote rural areas. With a slightly bored detachment honed by years answering similar calls, the deputy turned down the winding gravel road that led out to the weed-choked Oswald property. As he drove, the landscape shifted from tidy farms to overgrown acres that hadn't seen a tractor in ages. Ramshackle barns and collapsing farmhouses, once the heart of thriving homesteads, now sat in states of decay, only occupied by beasts and vermin. Eventually, the cruiser's tires crunched to a halt in the gravel drive front of the sagging farmhouse, its once white paint now peeled and faded to gray after decades of punishing Missouri seasons. Beside Graham, the county coroner's van sat parked at the top of the long dirt driveway leading around back. Graham stepped out into the humid air, sweat already beading on his brow, and surveyed the dilapidated structures being slowly reclaimed by vegetation. The barn leaned heavily to one side, weary timbers barely upright after a century of seasons battering the old boards. What had once been a tidy, prosperous family farm in generations past was now just an overgrown shell, having fallen into steady decline before being abandoned completely. Making his way cautiously inside the dark, cool barn, Graham's initial bored detachment quickly shifted to confusion and then unease as he began examining the scene before him. The body of the deceased was one Alexander Oswald, a solitary man in his late 60s who had lived alone on this remote property since his mother passed away the previous winter. According to records, the late Mrs. Oswald had left the failing farm to her only son when she died, but Alex had inherited little else of value, along with the dilapidated acres far from town. No close family remaining, no friends to speak of, just the weed-choked fields and structures sinking into the earth. Records showed Oswald had moved around frequently over the decades: Arkansas, Kansas, Iowa, before returning to settle here 10 years back. No spouse or children were ever noted. No criminal record beyond a few minor citations here and there over the years. Before returning to his mother's farm, he had worked an assortment of odd jobs: janitor, short order cook, auto mechanic. A quiet man leading a meandering, mundane life, never planting roots anywhere for long. Graham studied the body slumped limply in an old wooden chair in the center of the earthen floor. The small handgun cast aside left no doubt of the self-inflicted gunshot wound to the head. But it was the bizarre tableau surrounding the lifeless form that left the deputy speechless and unsettled. For it appeared Oswald had carried out an elaborate ritual in preparation for ending his life in this abandoned barn. The hard-packed dirt bore a large pentagram etched within a circle, the five-pointed star enclosed within other arcane symbols and Latin phrases. Black and red candles of varying heights ringed the spot where Oswald now sat, burned low and dripping wax like a strange Stonehenge. On a makeshift altar fashioned from a cable spool before the body lay an antique volume, bound in cracked leather, alongside a rolled parchment covered in esoteric symbols and cryptic sketches. Most curiously, an old silent film projector sat primed and ready to run, loaded with vintage celluloid reels. Graham noted the extension cord running outside, where Oswald's rusty Ford pickup apparently supplied power to the device. The entire setup gave the impression of a macabre ceremony chamber, all carefully arranged by some occult hand in the dust and shadows of the decrepit barn. Sheriff Biggs whistled low as he surveyed the scene, his craggy features etched with unease. "I'll be damned, old Alex must have cracked harder than any of us realized out here alone. What do you make of all this, Graham? Some kind of sorcerer's nonsense by the looks of it." Graham shook his head slowly, equally at a loss. "I confess it's beyond me, sir. Occult rituals and suicide pacts are well outside my skill set. But I'd sure like a closer look at that film reel and parchment. Maybe they could provide some insight into what was going on inside poor Alex's troubled mind toward the end." Sheriff Biggs nodded sagely, glancing about with apprehension, as if the cryptic assemblage might spring to life. "Bag all that up good and careful like for evidence. The county ME can haul the body out, but let's keep the rest under wraps for now. Wouldn't want folks catching wind of these peculiarities. No need to stir up questions or worries if we can avoid it. You get it all packed up tight now." The sun had begun to set as Graham carefully stowed the strange assortment into evidence containers. Working methodically under the last slanting golden light cutting through the dusty air, he placed the antique volume, rolled parchment, canisters of film, and candles into separate bags and boxes. As he worked, he strained to make sense of the scrawled symbols on the yellowed papers, searching for some meaning in their inscrutable shapes and scribblings. What tortured obsession, what slow unraveling had driven Alex Oswald to conjure up this elaborate ritual space as his final act after so many aimless years of wandering? Loading the puzzling cache into his cruiser, Graham made his way back through the gloaming to the empty county police station as dust's purple shadows stretched over the fields. He unpacked the evidence containers onto a work table, contemplating the bizarre puzzle left behind by the deceased recluse. Standard procedures meant documenting Oswald's personal effects, identifying next of kin, and making an inventory of property for the estate anyway. Graham settled in to examine each item closely under the fluorescent lights, hoping to unravel more clues to what haunted visions had occupied poor Alex's troubled mind in those last days alone on the farm. With latex gloves snapped on, he carefully unrolled the brown parchment onto the table. The cracked leather book likewise revealed only more of the strange writing, references to stars, sigils, names, in no human tongue. Graham shook his head. It seemed old Alex had slipped into some private reality out there on the farm, consumed by manic obsessions in his isolation. But what had he believed, or feared enough to drive him to construct such an elaborate ritual space as his final act? Graham set up a portable projector screen and loaded the first film reel from the canister. As the machine whirred and flickered to life, he sat back in his chair, bracing himself for whatever phantasms the images might reveal. Alex Oswald clearly had secrets buried as deep and overgrown as his family homestead. Now Graham hoped to weed through the thicket of clues left behind to unearth whatever long-hidden roots had led the reclusive farmer to his tragic and bizarre end after so many aimless years adrift. Chapter 16. Reviewing the Evidence. Graham winced as the projector's fans screeched to life, the outdated machine filling the dusty basement room with its uneasy mechanical whirring. He carefully threaded the film reel through the sprockets, muttering under his breath as the old technology strained and clicked. With a final adjustment, the scratchy black and white film flickered to life across the bare concrete wall. It revealed a small, empty room lit only by the harsh glow of a single bare light bulb hanging from the ceiling. The space had a cold, tomb-like feel with its rough concrete floors and walls, interrupted only by a metal door on one side, the sole visible exit. Graham studied the barren scene closely, searching the shadows for any telling details. The room appeared completely devoid of furnishings, empty save for the door's metal handle and the dangling light bulb. Shadows pooled ominously in the corners, concealing whatever secrets the inky darkness held. Graham noticed strange markings etched into the concrete walls, arcane symbols, cryptic letters, and intricate diagrams scored directly into the hard surface in some chalky white substance. Leaning closer, he struggled to decipher them in the dim lighting. The markings seemed to form incantations in Latin, interspersed with archaic runes and occult geometric shapes. A chill ran through Graham as he grasped the occult significance of the symbols. This was no ordinary room. It had been adorned with mystical sigils and writings to focus dark energies, prepared intentionally as a ritual chamber. What profane ceremonies had these cold walls borne witness to? A figure entered the frame, face obscured by the hood of a heavy dark robe that hung around their slender form. Based on the height and gait, Graham surmised this was likely Oswald himself. Oswald moved with slow, deliberate steps, the black fabric whispering softly as he glided across the concrete floor. Methodically, Oswald began lighting candles, 3 along the back wall in a tight line, 2 near the door in a matching formation, and a larger central candle he placed carefully in the exact middle of the empty room. As each wick ignited, it pushed back the oppressive darkness incrementally. But shadows still leapt and danced across the walls and over Oswald's concealed figure in the flickering glow. The robed man then turned unhurriedly to face the camera. Graham watched intently as Oswald raised his hands to lower the hood. The man's thin, haggard face was illuminated eerily by the candlelight. Those familiar, weathered features now seemed to take on a sinister cast. Oswald's deep-set eyes stared directly out of the screen, boring into Graham with an intensity that made him shiver. The black voids of his pupils seemed to portal endlessly inward. For several long minutes, Oswald simply stood there, continuing that disturbing 1,000-yard stare. The palette of light and shadow played across his skin, alternately illuminating his face and plunging it into darkness as the candle flames danced. Graham shifted uneasily under that haunting gaze, unable to shake the sensation that Oswald was watching him beyond the veil of death itself. Then, in a sudden motion that made Graham flinch, Oswald pulled a long, curved dagger from the folds of his robe. The steel blade glinted cold and bright as he held it high overhead. Before Graham could brace himself, Oswald dragged the sharpened tip forcefully across his own palm. Dark blood began dripping freely to the concrete below, pooling at Oswald's feet. Oswald's eyes rolled back as he began chanting in Latin, his voice rising and falling from a frenzied shout to an urgent whisper. Graham listened intently, but could not decipher the strange words. He could tell this was no ordinary incantation, but a ritual summoning of powerful and profane forces beyond his comprehension. The very air seemed charged with ominous occult energy that made the hairs on Graham's neck stand on end. Slowly, Oswald circled the small room, gesticulating wildly with his bloodied hands, sometimes pointing the crimson dagger upwards, or tracing arcane symbols hovering in the air. His movements had a hypnotic, ritualistic quality that unsettled Graham to his core. Fresh blood continued to drip from Oswald's palm, leaving a meandering sanguine trail across the concrete floor. For nearly half an hour this continued, the rhythmic chanting, gesturing, and circling beneath that same intense, possessed gaze. Oswald seemed completely transported, communing with entities only he could sense in the candlelit chamber. As the flames dwindled lower, shadows leapt ever more wildly across the walls, creating an increasingly hellish scene. The temperature seemed to steadily plummet as the grim ritual progressed. Abruptly, Oswald blew out the candles, abruptly plunging the room into total darkness. Only the projector's light pierced the void now. Seconds later, Graham heard the ominous creak of the metal door opening and then slamming shut, leaving the chamber empty and Oswald gone. Wisps of smoke from the extinguished candles curled through the darkness. Graham stood frozen as the film ran out, leaving only the bright square of light flickering across the now blank concrete wall. "Good Lord," he finally whispered. The bizarre occult ritual had confirmed Oswald's clearly warped psyche and obsession with the dark arts, but shed little concrete light on his underlying motivations or endgame. What had driven him down this profane path to madness? Carefully, Graham tucked away the unsettling film reel and picked up the weathered notebook covered in Oswald's deranged scrawl. Skimming the opening pages, most appeared to be rambling philosophical treatises on death, darkness, and transcending mortal forms. Oswald referenced numerous mystical traditions, Egyptian ceremonial magic, pagan blood rites, the secretive doctrines of the Rosicrucians. His frenetic writings wove these esoteric threads into disturbing, disjointed passages veering between mystical musings and vividly violent imagery. Further in, the text shifted to documenting Oswald's own specific rituals, alongside step-by-step instructions for recreating them. Oswald outlined intricate sequences involving black candles, cursed runes, and blood sacrifices, apparently to invoke spirits of the dead or channel dark energies into the mortal plane. Amidst the madness, two names kept reappearing: Belle and Crippen. Graham frowned, pausing his reading to Google the references. Immediately, hundreds of results appeared, mostly tying Belle to the unsolved murder of Cora Crippen in London around 1910. Graham skimmed summaries of the notorious cold case. Cora had seemingly vanished without explanation, later leading to suspicion her husband, Dr. Crippen, had poisoned her. But his attempted escape and the strange remains found buried in Crippen's home had only spawned deeper mysteries without definitive proof of Cora's fate. Leaning back, Graham pondered the unexpected connections. A century-old unsolved murder tangled up in Oswald's apocalyptic delusions and dark magic fixation. Perhaps this infamous Edwardian crime had warped Oswald's fragile psyche, fueling his madness before his untimely death. But how had Oswald even discovered these decades-old crimes across the sea? And why did he feel such a fixation on this particular mystery? Graham sensed he was still missing some crucial thread connecting this recent tragedy to the shadows of the past. There were deeper secrets here, and he was determined to drag them into the light no matter the cost. Carefully, Graham closed the eerie notebook and added it to his growing dossier of collected evidence. Later, he would review every page again, seeking insights into Oswald's motivations. For now, the swirling, unanswered questions lingered like smoke, obscuring mysteries awaiting revelation. Meticulously, Graham switched off the whirring projector, plunging the basement room into darkness. He aimed to illuminate the shadows, wherever they led. Chapter 17. Disturbing Video Contents. Over the next week, Graham devoted every free moment to studying the bizarre materials left behind at the scene of Alexander Oswald's peculiar suicide. Each night after work, he would pore over the cryptic film reels, handwritten notes, and photographs deep into the early hours, desperately searching for answers hidden within the twisted arcana. The old film footage offered little beyond grainy images of Oswald's gatherings, but Graham now recognized them as eerie reenactments of obscure cult ceremonies dating back centuries. In the flickering black and white scenes, robed figures swayed in trance-like unison, making cryptic gestures before a makeshift stone altar. Strange symbols were scrawled on the walls behind them in what appeared to be blood and charcoal, setting an unnerving, sinister backdrop. Oswald stood foremost among the robed cultists, arms raised as he seemed to chant or recite incantations over the altar. His eyes were wide and wild, burning with a terrifying, possessed zeal. Graham felt his skin crawl as he studied Oswald's face in the old footage, disturbed by the palpable madness and conviction exuding from the man. What ancient, dark rites was he so desperately trying to reenact here, and why? As the camera zoomed in on Oswald mid-ritual, his mouth twisted in a frantic, euphoric grin and viscous drool leaked down his chin. He no longer seemed in control of his faculties, but rather a puppet of whatever malignant forces this occult ceremony aimed to summon. When the camera panned across the rest of the participants, their identities obscured by heavy robes and macabre skeletal masks, Graham sensed these were not mere performance props as in a conventional play. Rather, they seemed ritual garments designed to erase human individuality and invoke a primal, tribal bloodlust. The more Graham studied the scenes, the more he could feel sinister undercurrents pulsing beneath the bizarre imagery, like a subsonic vibration just outside normal perception. What had driven Oswald and his acolytes to such extremes of depraved ceremony? What were they so desperately trying to channel? Graham felt his rational, ordered reality shifting the longer he stared into the abyss of those grainy, flickering shadows. But the aged 16mm projector provided a vital revelation when Graham held the plastic reels up to the light at an angle. There, indented into the handles, he could faintly make out a message etched into the plastic. "Leave the dead be, lest blood reawakens their vengeance." Graham copied these ominous words into his notebook, pondering their significance. What had driven Oswald to carve such a disturbing warning? Clearly the man had unearthed something unsettling, perhaps dangerous, during his obsessive occult studies. Graham sensed a palpable fear etched into the plastic along with the letters, as if Oswald had stumbled across a boundary not meant to be crossed. The message implied that whatever forces Oswald had tried to harness were perilous, and that his efforts threatened to unleash an old blood reckoning upon himself and others. A chill ran down Graham's spine as the warning echoed in his mind like an urgent, desperate plea. The journal itself yielded more insights into Oswald's deteriorating psyche. Beyond pages of unhinged ramblings about death, darkness, and forces beyond mortal comprehension, Oswald had catalogued his attempts to pierce the veil, as he called it. Most involved increasingly self-destructive uses of blood, pain, and hallucinogens to try and induce visions or demonic possession. Graham felt bile rise in his throat as he pored over Oswald's deranged methods. A ritual self-mutilation, consuming concentrated toxins to reach delirium, even exposing himself to nerve agents to unlock mystic sight. Clearly, the man's sanity had eroded over years of obsessive experimentation aimed at transcending reality's constraints. Graham pondered what traumatic events in Oswald's past could have set him on such a depraved quest for occult revelation, and how long he struggled alone in the dark with these violent delusions before losing himself completely. But the final entry, labeled simply Final Reckoning, detailed his plans for the ultimate ritual that ended in his bizarre death. The old sins crawl within the earth, but I now shall force their reckoning through the eternal blood pact their spilled life force demands. My flesh and bone shall serve as vessel to resurrect their torment. Only by becoming the violence once done can I pass judgment. I summon thee, kindred spirits of rage unfulfilled. Come unto me. Graham shuddered reading the deranged words. This talk of awakening old sins and spilled blood, what atrocities did Oswald believe himself the victim of across the years? What evil was he trying to incarnate here? The entry implied Oswald intended to channel some outside malevolent presence to exact vengeance, using his own body as a conduit for its wrath. Graham imagined Oswald frantically scribbling these words in the journal, his mind already detached from reality, as he prepared himself for possession and psychic obliteration by forces beyond human morality. What tortures had Oswald endured to drive him to such horrific extremes? Graham sensed that was a question he did not truly want answered. He turned to the crime scene photos of the ritual chamber where Oswald had met his end. Amidst the satanic symbols and scrawl, Graham noted a phrase painted on the wall in now brownish blood. Through Belle's blood we three shall meet again. Belle, this had to refer to the woman at the heart of London's infamous Crippen murder case from 1910. Oswald was trying to literally raise the dead and reveal the killer through some kind of macabre blood sacrifice. He truly believed he could avenge this woman, unearth the identity of her murderer, and exact justice even over a century later if he spilled enough of his own blood. Graham leaned back, unsettled by the implications. This went beyond the mere delusions of a deeply disturbed man. Oswald had uncovered something historic in his occult studies, some truth that drove him beyond the brink of sanity. Could there be any validity to his unhinged ravings? Graham could no longer dismiss that possibility. There were dark secrets here, buried in the past, secrets worth killing and even dying to expose. He had to dig deeper. Graham turned his attention to the Crippen case itself. Belladonna nurse known as Belle had been the wife and probable murder victim of Dr. Holly Crippen back in 1910. Her disappearance initiated one of London's most sensational manhunts, with Crippen ultimately accused of poisoning his wife, dismembering her body, and burying pieces of her remains in the cellar of their home. But the physical evidence was tenuous, with investigators unable to conclusively identify the partial remains as Belle's. Crippen maintained his innocence up until his hanging, and a cloud of uncertainty hung over the case. Oswald was convinced Crippen was guilty, and that Belle's spirit somehow knew the truth behind her own murder and yearned for justice. Hence, the attempted blood ritual to reveal the killer beyond the grave. But if Crippen was innocent, who did Belle represent to Oswald? Why did he feel so connected to her fate? Graham's mind raced, the possibilities both thrilling and frightening. He would need to retrace Crippen's steps, follow his trail of clues, connect the dots between past and present. Ironically, Oswald's suicide meant Graham now carried the torch, pursuing the same dark revelations that had consumed and destroyed his predecessor. He paused, wondering briefly if the same madness awaited him down this path. But the mystery pulled him forward, irresistible in its implications. The faint voice of reason and self-preservation in Graham's mind was silenced by visions of revelation, of secrets exposed and history's lies unraveled through occult insight. He thought of Oswald's grim ritual chamber, its terrible promise beckoning despite the evident peril. Graham knew he was the only one left who could finish what Oswald started. Graham gathered up the materials, carefully locking them away before finally staggering off to his bed in the early morning hours. Laying awake, he listened to the silence of his apartment, punctuated only by the occasional car hissing by on the wet street outside. Oswald's warning etched into the film reel handles kept replaying in Graham's mind. Leave the dead be, lest blood reawakens their vengeance. Did he dare ignore the warning, pursue the clues laid before him? Graham did not know what Oswald had begun, or what ancient evils might still slumber, waiting to reawaken. But he knew he had to see this through to the end. The dead demanded it, and he feared the reckoning was only beginning. Graham tossed and turned, haunted by visions of Oswald's ritual chamber, the mad scrawl on the walls, the lingering scent of blood in the air. For a moment he thought he heard a woman's distant scream. Graham sat bolt upright in bed, heart pounding. Just the wind, he told himself. But he did not sleep again that night. The mysteries clawing at his mind kept at bay any hope of rest. Chapter 18. Connecting Clues. Graham stood back and surveyed the bizarre occult collage he had recreated across his living room wall. Frayed yellowed newspaper articles detailing the century-old Crippen murder case were interspersed with disturbing scrawled notes in red marker, grainy VHS footage of shadowy robed figures chanting in Latin, and graphic crime scene photos splattered with dark blood stains. Oswald's deranged fixation had manifested physically in this madness mural, a convoluted map of connections that only he could fully decipher. Graham hoped that by meticulously reassembling all the disparate pieces of Oswald's strange obsession, he might illuminate some hidden narrative thread that explained the mysterious man's dark compulsions. What had Oswald glimpsed in the murky events surrounding dental assistant Belle Crippen's sudden disappearance in 1900 that inspired such an all-consuming occult devotion? At the very center of the mural of madness, Graham had carefully taped an aged, sepia-toned photo of Belle herself. The striking brunette gazed alluringly out from the photo, from beneath the brim of an elaborate plumed hat. She was clad in a fine lace dress with leg-of-mutton sleeves that accentuated her shapely curves. Hardly the type one would expect to become an object of obsession, especially not a sinister occult fixation. With her delicate features and stylish attire, she resembled a fashionable young turn of the century lady of means, not some macabre spectral muse. Graham studied her photo intently, taking in every detail of her enigmatic smile and piercing eyes. What secrets did those eyes hold? He could not tear his own eyes away, captivated by her haunting gaze. So what had Oswald seen in the details of her peculiar story? What had drawn him so intensely to her case above all others? Graham's eyes traveled slowly over the collage, meticulously scanning the faded newspaper articles yet again. Certain ominous phrases jumped out at him as he read, "Gruesome murder scene, basement burial, no body found." He imagined the dank basement vividly, picturing the rough-hewn stone walls glistening with moisture, the hard dirt floor, a single bare light bulb swinging back and forth, casting oscillating shadows across the scene. Graham shuddered at the thought of what grim rituals may have taken place in that subterranean space so long ago. He paused to examine the unnerving crime scene photos, staring intently at smeared dark blood stains on the rough concrete floor of a dank cellar illuminated by a single dangling light bulb. In his mind's eye, Graham saw the bulb flickering erratically, threatening to plunge the entire chamber into impenetrable darkness. He could almost smell the tang of iron thick in the air, mingling with the dank earthen scent of the cellar. According to the article, police had returned to the Crippen house decades after Belle's disappearance to thoroughly excavate the basement, desperately hoping to finally find conclusive evidence of Belle's remains. Instead, much to their shock and dismay, they discovered a random unknown man's bones, carefully buried in a makeshift grave on that chilly cellar floor, a false burial meant to deceive. Graham pictured the officers' hopeful anticipation curdling to horror and confusion as they unearthed the unexpected skeleton. Their frantic digging and troweling suddenly ceased, the cellar falling into a chilled silence. Graham could almost hear the sound of their quickened breathing echoing off the cold stone walls, see their alarmed glances toward one another. Graham reluctantly turned his attention to the grainy VHS footage with growing unease. He could just make out the shadowy, robed figures in the dim clips, their faces obscured by dark hoods as they held flickering candles and solemnly chanted ominous phrases in Latin that he could partially translate. Ancient oath, conceal their sin. The dancing candle flames cast a manic, frenetic light across the ritual chamber walls, illuminating arcane symbols etched into the stone long ago. Graham's ears strained to make out the Latin chants over the hiss of the degraded video footage. Each repetition sounded more sinister, the cadence heightening the sense of foreboding. What unholy coven had gathered in that lonely rural house so long ago? Clearly, Oswald had become convinced, based on his exhaustive research, that some unspeakable evil had occurred within the walls of the Crippen house, that perhaps the mild-mannered dentist had made a pact with dark forces when he murdered his wife that fateful night. There was a sinister narrative woven throughout the artifacts Oswald had collected, that much was clear. But what was the true tale hiding beneath the surface? Finally, Graham slowly let his gaze come to rest on the most disturbing photos, the interior chamber where they had found Oswald's mutilated corpse after his grisly suicide. Bloody scrawled symbols and nonsensical phrases clawed the rough walls in ragged strokes, framing Oswald's robe-clad body, which hung from a fraying noose. Graham's stomach churned at the sight of Oswald's mangled flesh. The metallic odor of blood seemed to emanate from the photos. Oswald's lifeless face was frozen in a horrific contorted expression, eyes bulging, mouth agape. The images would surely haunt Graham's dreams in the nights to come. Graham's eyes carefully scanned the satanic symbols until they began to throb and ache, inverted crosses, pentagrams, and other hallmarks of the occult. But several arcane sigils proved unfamiliar to him, resembling ancient pagan runes rather than any satanic iconography. After hours of meticulous research consulting his extensive library of texts on the occult, Graham finally found the meaning of the strange runes in an obscure 19th century book on spiritualism and early occult practices. They were Theban magical alphabets used by secretive early occultists to conceal coded messages from the uninitiated. With feverish urgency, Graham began carefully translating the swirling bloody runes surrounding Oswald's suspended corpse in the photo, referencing the spiritualism text. Slowly, chilling words in Oswald's own hand emerged from amidst the nonsensical scrawling symbols. We three sin beneath this decrepit roof, my worthless flesh now pays the price for their blood debt. A shudder passed through Graham's body. Somehow, Oswald had known for certain that this isolated property, with its dilapidated barn and collapsing shed, had some sinister, long-hidden tie to Belle's unsolved murder over a century ago in that dank cellar. He had become utterly fixated on this lonely rural site, somehow convinced it held the key to finally unlocking the infamous mystery that had plagued professional investigators for decades. Graham slowly sank down into a dusty armchair, his mind racing and pulse pounding wildly as the revelations gradually crystallized in his thoughts. The bizarre occult paraphernalia, the exhaustive Crippen articles, the inexplicable false grave in the basement. Oswald clearly believed with certainty that the mild-mannered dentist had secretly murdered and buried his wife somewhere on these isolated, overgrown acres after making some unspeakable occult pact. Which meant, if Oswald was right, there was a very real chance there could still be human remains, clues, or other physical evidence waiting to be unearthed somewhere within this property after all these years. Graham suddenly leapt up and threw on his jacket, grabbing a flashlight off the dusty shelf and lurching outside into the cool darkness. His breath came rapid and shallow as he began frantically scouring the weed-choked pasture just behind the decaying barn under the glow of the full moon. The light breeze carried the pungent scent of moist soil. If Oswald truly had concrete evidence this overgrown site was somehow connected to Belle's murder and clandestine burial, why hadn't he gone straight to the authorities with proof to recover her body once and for all? Some vital piece must still remain hidden here in this lonely rural ground. Graham's flashlight cut broad, sweeping arcs through the inky darkness as he searched for any signs of disturbance. A slight dip in the rocky earth, a few old bricks barely visible under decades of dirt and debris. The rotting barn itself likely no longer held any remaining trace of evidence after so many years exposed to the elements, but perhaps the earthen makeshift grave itself somehow stubbornly remained, waiting to relinquish its secrets. As his shoes sunk down into the marshy earth with each step, moist soil oozing up around them, Graham hesitated, suddenly second-guessing his frenzied late-night deductions about Oswald and this property. What if he was falling prey to the same dangerous delusions that had ultimately destroyed the man? Just as the first tendrils of doubt began to creep into Graham's mind, his flashlight beam flashed across a small ramshackle shed nearly entirely engulfed in knotted vines and vegetation. He rushed over and eagerly tore away the dense curtain of vines covering its crooked wooden doors. They creaked open, reluctantly, to reveal a damp dirt floor with faint but unmistakable shovel marks still visible after all this time. His heart raced. This had to be it. The false grave from the Crippen's basement decades earlier was somehow connected to this dilapidated shed out here. Oswald had clearly wanted answers that he believed were still literally buried out here in this isolated ground. Tomorrow, in the light of day, Graham would return with tools and help to carefully excavate and search this small shed, to finally unwrap the chilling secrets that had remained entombed for so long in this ill-omened rural ground. Whatever remains or artifacts still rested here, they certainly had an intriguing story to tell after a century in darkness, one that Graham now felt compelled to bring into the light. He had to know for sure whether Oswald was truly a visionary who had found some kernel of hard truth buried in the midst of his madness and obsessive fixations, or if he had simply been a deeply troubled mind endlessly chasing phantom ghosts from the past. Either way, Graham sensed the dead had been waiting with infinite patience beneath this soil for their full truth to finally be revealed. Now, at long last, it seemed answers were tantalizingly close at hand. Chapter 19. Researching the Victim. Graham stared at the phone on his desk, willing it to ring with the news he had been waiting for all week. The permit to excavate the decrepit shed on the Oswald property still had not come through yet, leaving him chomping at the bit to begin digging. He was convinced that land held answers tied to the century-old Crippen murders that had fascinated and eluded so many. Unable to sit still any longer, Graham decided to dive back into researching Alexander Oswald's background. If his theory was right about a connection to the infamous murders, there must be a reason this reclusive man became so fixated on that lonely patch of farmland. Studying Oswald's history could unearth valuable clues. Graham pulled the dusty box of personal effects found in Oswald's home off the shelf and carried it back to his desk. He had combed through it before, but felt sure he had missed something. Settling in, he slowly sifted again through the contents: moth-eaten wool sweaters reeking of mothballs, water-stained antique books, rusted early 20th century farming tools. Most items proved useless, just detritus left behind from a hermit's solitary life. Graham was about to shove the box aside in frustration when a brittle leather folio tucked away in the back corner of a wooden desk drawer caught his eye. Carefully removing the folio, Graham opened it to find a collection of aged letters and postcards held together by a frayed ribbon. The delicate cursive script was faded in places, but he could make out a name on the earliest letters: a Margaret Oswald. Alexander's mother, he presumed. Based on postmarks, the correspondence dated back to the mid-1960s. Graham leaned in eagerly, knowing details of Oswald's family could hold critical clues. He handled each page delicately, smoothing out folds and creases as he read. The letters were mundane accounts of Margaret's daily life and interests: gardening, quilting, neighborly gossip. But they hinted at a connection to England with references to saving pence on the groceries and tea kettles and pubs. Most intriguing were repeated mentions of an upcoming trip to visit Aunt Edith for the holidays. Graham's pulse quickened reading that name. Edith Gray was the grandniece of Belle Crippen, who had provided a DNA sample in the 1960s that allowed identification of remains found buried in the cellar. If Alexander's mother had an Aunt Edith from that family, could there be direct lineage linking him to the Crippens? Energized by this prospect, Graham dug into genealogy records seeking Margaret Oswald's maiden name. After hours of fruitless searches, he got a hit: her last name was Collins. His mind raced, recalling that was Belle Crippen's own family lineage. Alexander's mother was part of that extended clan. Details on how she was related were murky, marriages and branches tangled over generations. But there was certainly a blood tie. Graham pulled aside the rookie archivist assisting him, setting an urgent mandate to piece together the exact link. 2 days later, bleary-eyed from late nights poring over the archives, the assistant rushed over waving a crumbling family Bible he had uncovered in storage. "I found it. This Bible has a family tree tracing lineages. Margaret's grandfather was Reginald Collins, Belle Crippen's nephew. He was the son of Belle's deceased sister Jane." Graham's pulse quickened at this breakthrough. They had it. Alexander did indeed have a direct, traceable bloodline connecting him to the Crippen family, distant as it may be. That was clearly what first sparked his intense fascination with his notorious ancestor's murder and mysterious disappearance from the history books. Armed with the knowledge of his mother's maiden name, Oswald must have researched her lineage himself when he was young and grown enthralled by this murky familial tie to such a sensational unsolved crime. But how and why had he focused so intensely on that particular decrepit farm, shed as a likely gravesite and crime scene? Old records and neighborhood gossip would surely reference other speculated burial spots and properties. What drew him so specifically there? Graham chewed on this puzzle as he reviewed his notes. trying to piece together a timeline of Oswald's movements to this area and any references to the farm. He was startled from his thoughts by the assistant rushing over waving a sheaf of paperwork. "Sir, I finally got a hit on an old farm property lease under Oswald's name." Graham grabbed the proffered rental agreement dating back almost 15 years. "Well, I'll be," he muttered under his breath. According to the lease, Oswald had rented that dilapidated farmstead for over a decade before becoming the owner. Plenty of time to thoroughly search every inch of the grounds and fully convince himself clues to Belle's fate lay buried somewhere on that land. "Nice work, kid," Graham said, slapping the assistant on the back. "This fits perfectly." He had initially assumed Oswald was just an eccentric hermit who randomly became fixated on the property late in life. But seeing tangible proof the man had specifically sought it out, and leased it long-term, reinforced Graham's growing certainty that something critical tied that farm to Belle's murder in Oswald's mind. And he aimed to find out what. Revitalized by this new evidence, Graham vigorously leaned on his old buddy in municipal records to expedite the excavation permit approval. He felt certain some secret from the centuries-old Crippen legend lay buried beneath that sagging shed. Whatever tragic history Oswald had sacrificed everything tirelessly pursuing there, Graham was determined to drag it back into the light. He owed the reclusive descendant of Belle that truth, if nothing else. The next afternoon, Graham finally got the long-awaited call. Permit approved. He quickly assembled his team, making it explicitly clear this excavation was his top priority. They arrived at the Oswald farm just as the sun slipped below the horizon, casting the grounds in silhouette. In the fading light, Graham watched the shed seem to shift and settle, as if the missing woman's spirit knew he was on her trail after all these years. Tomorrow, he would start unraveling her secrets. For tonight, he would let her bones rest while his mind churned with questions. Had Oswald come closer to the truth than any other investigator? Graham aimed to find out. Early the next morning, Graham's crew set to work prepping the site as he watched over every move. The excavators cleared away brush and debris that had accumulated against the shed's exterior, while assistants took photos and diagrams of the building's current state. Once the perimeter was cleared, it was time to carefully dismantle the decrepit wooden structure. Graham felt a prickle of anticipation as the first boards creaked and splintered under pry bars. It seemed almost beyond belief that after all this time, real evidence of Belle's fate might emerge from beneath this unassuming shed. The excavation team gradually dismantled the small building, removing rotting boards and rusted roof panels while leaving the stone foundation intact. As late morning approached, an area around 10 feet square had been cleared down to dirt in the center of the original footprint. Graham did a final check for any artifacts or clues amidst the shed's collapsed wood remnants before giving the go-ahead to start gently raking back the soil. This was it, the moment of truth. Donning gloves, Graham joined in carefully sweeping aside the dusty topsoil to reveal the stratum beneath. He watched intently for any shift in color or consistency. The digging remained slow, methodical work, removing a few inches, sifting, checking for anything unusual, then repeat. By early afternoon, the test pit was nearly 3 feet deep, with the crew on hands and knees using trowels for finer examination. Graham was starting to feel discouraged when a shout went up. One assistant had uncovered a small animal bone. Graham hurried over and determined it was just remains of a rodent burrow, but the find buoyed his optimism that something more substantial could emerge. The group redoubled their efforts. Finally, as the sun sat low in the sky, Graham heard an excited yell from the far end of the pit. He rushed over to find the excavator brushing soil off a solid object, The smooth, rounded top of a skull was just visible. "Careful now, gently," Graham urged. They slowly exposed the upper half of a remarkably intact human skull. The empty eye sockets seemed to stare back eerily as the lights of the crew's phones illuminated the find. "Bag it for transport and keep digging, and there's likely more remains here," Graham ordered. Adrenaline pumped through his veins at this initial discovery. It was human, and buried deep beneath a shed on an ancestral property of the Crippens. That could not be coincidence. What else might they unearth? As darkness fully enveloped the farm, the crew hurriedly loaded the human skull into an evidence case for later analysis. Graham posted guards to secure the site overnight. He stared at the deep pit, mind whirring with possibilities. A body buried secretly beneath this shed linked conclusively to the Crippens. Were they about to finally solve a century-old mystery? Had the reclusive Oswald sacrificed everything to stay near the truth he could never quite grasp? Graham was more determined than ever to uncover the answers. He would be back at first light with the team to keep digging. For now, he could practically feel generations of history beneath his feet. The long-dead Belle seemed to watch from the shadows as he turned reluctantly away for the night, edging closer to her secrets. Tomorrow couldn't come soon enough. Chapter 20. Case Breakthrough. The first tentative rays of dawn gradually crept over the crumbling outer walls of Holloway Prison, softly illuminating the grounds that had been left to decay for decades. Graham stepped out of his dusty sedan into the still morning air, noticing how an eerie silence hung over the abandoned landscape. The only sounds were the occasional cawing of crows circling high above the sagging roof. Their cries echoed hauntingly across the empty parking area, now choked with weeds poking up through cracked pavement. As Graham made his way toward the shed, the events of the past few months weighed heavily on his shoulders. He had painstakingly pursued one fruitless lead after another, always ending in another dead end. But still, a faint glimmer of hope flickered inside him. Somewhere in the peeling paint and patched tin of that decrepit shed, the answer waited. He could feel it in his bones. The shed sagged under years of neglect, the patched tin roof dipping under some invisible burden. Flecks of faded white paint curled and dropped to the ground like autumn leaves, revealing rotting wooden boards underneath. Graham pictured how the structure once stood sturdy and proud when first constructed generations ago. Now just a forgotten relic from the prison grounds, quietly surrendering its secrets. Graham's mind wandered back to how he first took on this case months ago. He had pored over the original 1910 case files, studying each detail of Belle Crippen's puzzling disappearance. A charming, vibrant woman who lit up every room she entered, with melodic laughter that seemed to echo off the pages in faded ink. Belle was devoted to her husband Hawley, often writing him long, poetic love letters when he was away. But after attending a dinner party together one evening, Belle simply vanished without a trace into the London fog. At first, Dr. Crippen claimed Belle had returned to America to tend to a sick relative. But suspicions mounted, especially after he brazenly moved his young secretary Ethel into their home as his new wife. Graham pictured Crippen's sly, cunning smile as he wrapped his arm possessively around Ethel's waist, parading his mistress before his peers. The fresh eyes of Inspector Dew proved pivotal. He saw through Crippen's web of lies and uncovered chilling evidence concealed under the floorboards, as strands of Belle's hair tangled around a grim collection of poison bottles. But before standing trial, Crippen fled across the Atlantic with Ethel, only to finally be captured and hanged for Belle's murder. Still, Belle's body was never recovered, leaving a lingering pall of mystery hanging over the case. Obsessed with uncovering the truth, Graham had retraced due steps through the shadowy back alleys of London, searching for clues the inspector may have missed. He pursued every obscure lead down the darkest passages until the trail went cold. Until a mysterious late-night phone call from the eccentric Oswald reignited Graham's hopes of solving this century-old puzzle. As Graham circled behind the shed, he spotted two men already digging, their forms casting long shadows across the deepening pit. They nodded silently, hardly pausing as their shovels methodically bit into the hard earth with dull, crunching thuds. Graham had hired them yesterday to excavate based on the precise coordinates provided by Oswald. That eccentric amateur sleuth claimed he had divined the location through an endless barrage of vivid dreams and psychic visions. At first, Graham dismissed him as just another quack chasing shadows. But something in Oswald's unwavering certainty struck a chord within Graham's skeptic's heart. Perhaps this seemingly aimless laid would finally yield the breakthrough he desperately needed. The men worked tirelessly, gripping their shovels with gloved hands. As sweat beaded on their brows, they shed their coats against the chill morning air, focused solely on the task at hand. With each load of dirt extracted, the faint outline gradually emerged from the earth, the dimensions of a medium-sized pit, just the right size for a makeshift grave. Graham's pulse quickened, his breath catching in anticipation. He watched intently as the hole deepened, revealing the dark earth that had been undisturbed for decades. "That's it," he exclaimed. "This has to be what we've been looking for, a burial site, right where Oswald said there would be one." He shook his head in disbelief. After so many months of fruitless searching, could Oswald's premonition truly have guided them to a vital clue at long last? Graham dared not extinguish the spark of excitement kindling within him, fanning the flickering flame of hope. As the excavation neared completion, Graham eagerly descended into the freshly revealed hole, unable to wait any longer. The moist earth was cool against his knees as he crouched down, smoothing his hands over the loose dirt. He knew the chances of finding intact human remains after so much time were slim. But even bone fragments could potentially provide the critical evidence needed to solve this mystery lingering over London for over a century. Brushing away the final layer of loose soil, his flashlight glinted off something small and metal, a rusted tin box secreted away from the light of day. Graham carefully plucked it from the earth, picking off clumps of hardened mud to reveal an airtight container. Some kind of time capsule based on its aged and weathered condition. Graham's pulse raced as he turned the tin box over in his hands. Whatever artifacts were sealed within this century-old vessel could have survived wholly intact, immune to the decaying ravages of time. The secrets this buried cache held might finally speak again after being silenced for ages beneath the ground. After retrieving a crowbar from his kit, Graham gently pried at the stubborn lid. The aged metal creaked and groaned in protest before finally surrendering with a tired, croaking sigh. A puff of stale, musty air wafted out as Graham peered eagerly inside. Nestled within the tin were brittle scraps of paper and ragged cloth, their frayed edges softened by decades of undisturbed slumber. Using tweezers, Graham carefully extracted each delicate item, laying them out upon a clean tarp. They reminded him of priceless artifacts drawn from an ancient pharaoh's tomb, preserved across the endless march of time. The most prominent find was a delicate lace handkerchief, tinged sepia with age. Graham's breath caught in his throat as he made out the ornate embroidered initials, ABC Belle Crippen's. This cherished keepsake had been buried here in secret instead of returned to Belle's loved ones after her puzzling disappearance. What did its interment in this hidden grave signify about her fate? What sinister secrets could this delicate square of linen divulge about that ill-fated night? Beneath the handkerchief lay ragged strips of paper, their frayed edges nibbled by time. Gingerly unfolding them revealed faded, feminine cursive, just fragments of letters, based on the wistful, affectionate tone. Had Belle penned these doomed words before meeting a grim end by her husband's hand? Were they discarded here by her killer, along with her mortal remains? Graham examined the tattered letters closely, making out faint phrases like, "My dearest Holly," and "Yours forever." The ink was smudged as if stained by teardrops, the lonely words echoing Belle's devotion even as her husband plotted her demise. The last critical find was a leather-bound diary holding page after page in Belle's flowing script, each entry methodically logging appointments leading up to the fateful eve of March 21, 1910, the night of the dinner party marking one of her final public appearances. This too had been buried without a trace, entombed alongside its owner, patiently waiting to surrender its secrets. Graham slowly set down the fragile relics, his mind spinning. This changed everything. Actual possessions of Belle Crippen, secreted away precisely where Oswald's visions had directed them to dig. The elusive clues made real at last. Now Graham had no doubt this nondescript shed had been the clandestine site of Belle's murder, and her remains were all that was left of the vibrant woman who had vanished so abruptly in 1910. Belle's voice had been cruelly silenced before its time, but thanks to Oswald's tireless devotion, Graham finally held the tangible proof needed to uncover her story once more. Though Belle could no longer speak for herself, he would let these relics do the talking for her. Come what may, Graham silently vowed to unravel the sinister secrets her killer had tried in vain to bury away forever. Justice would finally be served for Belle Crippen, even a century late. Chapter 21. Confronting the Past. The train's brakes screamed as Detective Graham Brooks jolted awake. Bleary-eyed, he glanced out the rain-streaked window at the London cityscape materializing through the dreary fog. The view transformed from darkness to dull gray light as the train roared out of the underground tunnel onto the elevated tracks. Graham shifted uncomfortably on the threadbare velvet seat, the nap rubbed down from generations of weary travelers. He let out a tense sigh, his breath fogging the glass pane, separating him from the gloomy day outside. The chill air seeped through, raising goosebumps on his arms beneath his tweed jacket. Massaging his stiff neck, Graham checked his pocket watch. The little hand seemed to be crawling at half its normal speed. He had 20 agonizing minutes before arriving back in London, the city that had once been home, but now held bittersweet memories, both beautiful and haunting. Graham fidgeted with impatience. As the train clattered along the tracks, Graham's thoughts drifted back to the sweltering summer afternoon months ago at the crumbling ruins of the old barn on Alexander Oswald's remote farm. Graham could still feel the oppressive heat beating down as he shoveled through the hard-packed Missouri earth. His shirt clung to his sweat-soaked back, while his throat parched in the smothering humidity. When his shovel finally hit something solid, Graham's heart raced with excitement. Dropping to his knees, he carefully brushed away the loose dirt clods until a weathered stone shrine emerged, covered in moss and obscured by tall weeds. With trembling, dirt-caked hands, Graham reverently lifted off the personal artifacts resting on top, miraculously preserved beneath the soil after all these decades. Graham vividly recalled examining each object in the fading afternoon light that streamed in dust-flecked shafts through cracks in the crumbling barn walls. The tarnished brass pocket watch engraved with the initials HC in an elaborate script, the jade hairpins crusted with earth but still clinging to auburn strands of hair, the faded floral calico scraps that may have been torn from Cora's dress the night she vanished. Here, finally, was tangible evidence potentially linking Crippen to Cora's violent end, a connection no investigator had ever proved. Pulse thundering in his ears, Graham documented each artifact meticulously, photographing them from every angle. He handled the fragile evidence with utmost care, terrified of dropping something critical. After racing back through the remote woods to his jeep, Graham could barely contain his excitement to call his colleague with the monumental new developments. Their tireless research had finally yielded a major breakthrough. The train's sudden lurching, as it pulled into the station, jarred Graham back to the present. Stepping onto the crowded platform, he was momentarily disoriented by the cacophony of voices shouting arrivals and departures in crisp London accents. The heavy scent of tea and coal smoke mingled with the petrichor aroma of rain misting down from the soaring vaulted ceiling. Weaving briskly through the river of jostling passengers, Graham felt the nagging drizzle dampen his tweed fedora. He yearned to tip his face skyward and let the rain wash away his burdens like the churning Thames carried debris out to sea. But there was no time for nostalgia now. Edith was waiting. Out on the bustling street, Graham frantically waved down one of the sleek black cabs idling along the curb. The taxi's wet paint glistened as rivulets streamed over the glossy surface. Graham yanked open the door, the creaking hinges drowned out by the chaos of the street. He slid onto the worn leather back seat. 27 Chestnut Lane in Hampstead, quickly please, Graham told the driver, shutting his large black umbrella with a snap that sprayed droplets around the cab's gloomy interior. As the taxi navigated London's chaotic streets, Graham gazed anxiously out the fogged window. He watched the gleaming gold Albert Memorial in Kensington Gardens roll by, then the towering Gothic spires of St. Paul's Cathedral piercing the gloom. Though Graham now called America home, the familiar sights still evoked comforting memories of his youth. As a boy, Graham had spent countless hours alone, consumed by detective stories and mysteries. He combed the city streets, seeking hidden clues and codes, compelled even then to uncover truths lurking beneath the surface. Now, as the cab wound through the bustling roads, that same restless longing tugged at Graham's heart. Answers about Cora's fate lay tantalizingly close after all these years, ready to emerge at last from the shadows. When the taxi finally arrived on the secluded lane in Hampstead later that drizzly afternoon, Graham rushed up the slick stone steps to Edith's brick cottage, nearly hidden by fragrant roses and ivy. He rapped urgently on the heavy oak door, its black paint peeling to reveal weathered wood. After a long moment, he detected the gentle tap of a cane approaching from within, followed by muffled shuffling footsteps. The door creaked open, and Edith Collins peered up at him through wispy white hair and bright blue eyes sharp behind wire-rimmed spectacles. Mrs. Collins, Detective Graham Brooks, he introduced himself warmly. I'm here about your aunt's case. Edith studied Graham a moment before pushing the door fully open. Please, come in out of the rain, Detective. As Graham stepped inside, warmth enveloped him, radiating from the crackling fireplace. He quickly shed his damp coat and hat, draping them on a polished wooden rack adorned with carved vines and flowers. His eyes adjusting to the cozy parlor, Graham saw Edith shuffle to an embroidered armchair near the fireplace and sink down with a sigh. She gestured for Graham to sit opposite her. Glancing around, Graham noted the ornate antique furnishings, embroidered settees with clawed feet, bookshelves brimming with leather volumes, tables displaying tarnished silver frames and vases overflowing with fragrant peonies and lilies from Edith's garden. The floral rose-patterned wallpaper and lacy doilies adorning each surface reflected generations of family memories crafted here. Over tea and buttery shortbread, Graham described his chilling discovery at the remote crumbling barn on Oswald's farm. The pocket watch engraved with Crippen's initials, now caked with mud. The jade hairpins with strands of auburn hair still tangled around the teeth. The blood-stained calico and lace fragments from Cora's vanished dress. Edith gasped, clutching an embroidered handkerchief to her chest, her aged hands trembling. Bless Alexander for never letting it go, for pursuing the truth even from across the pond, though some details chill my blood, my poor aunt. Trailing off, Edith stared into the fire, watching golden flames lick at blackened logs, oozing sap that sizzled and popped. Dancing firelight flickered across her wrinkled face, seeming to transport her back through the decades to whispers of her aunt's death. Gently, Graham broke the heavy silence. I know this raises painful questions about your family's past, but we may finally have a real chance at answers. He hesitated. Could the name Reginald Collins mean anything? Edith's gaze refocused on Graham, emerging from the fire and memories. Yes, Reggie was the black sheep, dabbling in get-rich schemes but lacking business sense. He traveled to America in the 20s. Mother worried he had fallen in with a dangerous crowd. She paused, brow furrowing. Do you suspect he was involved in Aunt Cora's death? It's possible. Any records about Reggie's trips could be crucial, old letters, photos. Even a small detail might break open the case. Edith nodded slowly. I do recall whispers about money gone missing when Reggie traveled abroad, and it troubled Mother whenever I asked about Aunt Cora's fate. She would shush me. More resolutely, Edith added, I have an old trunk with family heirlooms, relics from ages past. We may find clues to Reggie there. Let's look before dusk falls. Together, they climbed the narrow attic stairs, boards creaking underfoot. Edith tugged a brass chain, illuminating generations of memories crammed into the space, scuffed leather trunks, sheet-draped furniture, carpets with faded floral patterns rolled up beneath the eaves. The musty aroma of old books permeated the air. A faded gown from Edith's youth still hung in the wardrobe, its delicate lace collar yellowed with age. Kneeling stiffly on the rough wooden floor, Edith unfastened the tarnished clasps on a worn leather trunk. The hinges groaned in protest as she lifted the lid. Graham helped gently remove layers of satin gowns adorned with embroidered pink roses, their faint floral scent still clinging to the collars despite the passage of time. Beneath the dresses lay a bundle of crumbling papers, a series of letters penned to Reggie Collins during his travels from 1905 to 1910. Skimming the elegant cursive by flickering candlelight, Graham realized these decades-old letters might illuminate the shadowy gaps in the family's history. When he showed them to Edith, her eyes misted behind her spectacles. My grandfather's letters to Reggie, she murmured. Perhaps they can finally help solve dear Aunt Cora's fate. Kneeling together amidst generations of memories in the cramped attic, Edith and Graham felt they were finally bringing secrets into the light after too long shrouded in darkness. Downstairs, the fire crackled invitingly, beckoning them to return. The truth awaited. They worked late into the night, sifting through the trunk's contents, gowns with collars still faintly scented of lavender water, brittle diaries filled with cramped writing, gilt-edged books, lace handkerchiefs embroidered with lovers' knots. Each relic revealed a glimpse into the Collins' hidden history. Edith smiled sadly, holding up a dried rose pressed between the diary pages. A blossom from my childhood garden, she said wistfully. Mama preserved it to remember happier times before. She trailed off as Graham gently squeezed her hand. Finally, as the old clock downstairs chimed midnight, Graham helped Edith to her feet, their knees creaking after hours hunched over the artifacts. Together, they carried the bundle of letters downstairs along with the tea tray and gowns Edith wished to keep. While Edith prepared a late supper, Graham added a fresh log to the dying fire, warming the parlor in its flickering glow. He rolled his stiff shoulders, joints crackling after being hunched over the documents. But it was a satisfying soreness. Real progress had been made. Over bowls of hot soup by firelight, Edith shared fond memories of her school days and courtship with her late husband. Graham considered his own youth, how quickly the years had flown. Life was short, and urgent work remained. After supper, Edith carefully unfolded the brittle letters in her lap. Donning gloves, Graham inspected the documents closely. Fragments jumped out of references to business ventures, payments from a Missouri benefactor funding Reggie's travels. One letter seized Graham's attention, shortly after Cora's disappearance, in which the grandfather obliquely mentioned covering Reggie's unexpected expenses, but warned against sending any more telegrams until finances improved. Graham met Edith's eyes, sensing they both grasped the significance. At long last, a real lead. As the mantel clock struck midnight, exhaustion overtook them. Though reluctance weighed their steps, they knew morning would bring new light to illuminate the path forward. For now, rest awaited. But soon, the flame of truth would flare up again. Chapter 22, The Letter. Graham took the attic stairs two at a time, the warped wooden steps creaking under his bounding footsteps. Dust swirled up from his path, dancing in the shafts of honey-gold afternoon sunlight that streamed through the small gable window overhead. Each footfall echoed up to the shadowy space above as if announcing his arrival. Graham's heart hammered with anticipation. Just moments ago, tucked away in the back of a moth-eaten book languishing forgotten on the library shelf, he had made a thrilling discovery, a faded brittle letter that could hold the key to unraveling a century-old mystery that had haunted his dear friend Edith her entire life. As Graham reached the attic landing, his shoes scuffing against the worn floorboards, he paused to click on his flashlight. The dim glow pierced through the gloom, illuminating the space's sloped ceilings and jumbled contents packed tightly beneath the eaves. He swept the narrow beam across antique chairs with threadbare upholstery, speckled with holes, their curved backs looming out of the shadows like hunched old men frozen in time. Across the floor, steamer trunks spilled photo albums onto the rough planks, the leather covers curling at the edges, warped from seasons of temperature swings and moisture. In the corner, a child-sized rocking horse with peeling white paint and melancholy carved eyes seemed to regard Graham through the darkness, its stillness belying the countless hours of play and laughter it must have witnessed decades before. Cobwebs draped across an arched doorway leading to a small back room, tickling against Graham's hair and cheeks as he ducked under them, their delicate strands clinging to his skin. The air felt heavy and stale, as if the attic itself were reluctant to release its long-kept secrets. Graham's heart pounded as he shone the flashlight around the shadowy attic space. He thought of Edith waiting anxiously below, desperate for answers after a lifetime of uncertainty about her aunt's fate. Graham was determined not to let her down. Meticulously sweeping the narrow beam over every corner, he began searching for any clues that could shed light on the century-old mystery. He moved carefully between precariously stacked boxes and antique furniture draped in yellowed sheets. With each step, plumes of dust swirled up, illuminated in the flashlight's glow like spectral dancers suddenly brought to life. The wardrobe doors creaked loudly in protest as Graham opened them one by one, the sound echoing eerily through the attic, before he leaned down to peer inside each musty interior. He coughed as he inhaled the stale air, dense with memories preserved over long-forgotten decades. Gently blowing dust off aged books, Graham lifted each one with care, checking page by fragile page for any hidden letters or clues pressed between the margins like flowers in a scrapbook. He handled the old leather photo albums gingerly, their covers warped from years of temperature swings and moisture. He turned the pages slowly, studying each black and white family portrait and trying to match the vaguely familiar faces to Edith's descriptions of relatives from generations past. In the corner, Graham paused by the forlorn rocking horse frozen in timeless stillness. He pictured a young Edith perched eagerly on its back, her hair in braids, laughing with delight as she rocked back and forth while her father gently pushed her. The image made Graham even more determined to find the answers his dear friend had sought for so long. After nearly an hour crawling across the attic floorboards on his hands and knees, disappointment began seeping in. Each promising book and box had turned up nothing of significance. Graham's knees ached from stooping to search the lower shelves and trunks crammed under the eaves, his fingertips smudged gray with accumulated dust. He was about to abandon his efforts when a faint glimmer caught his eye. Tucked behind an old wardrobe pressed against the far wall, something small and reflective winked at Graham through the gloom. Holding his breath, Graham shifted the heavy oak wardrobe with care, its carved clawed feet scraping and catching against the uneven floorboards. He reached into the narrow gap revealed behind it, cobwebs clinging to his sleeve, and pried out a small rusted cigar tin lodged between the wardrobe's back and the attic wall. Gently, Graham cracked open the lid, almost afraid of what he might find inside. Nestled within the tin were aged papers and letters bundled in brittle twine, telegrams written in a spidery faded script. Graham's pulse quickened at the sight. These could contain the final puzzle pieces needed to unravel a century-old mystery that had eluded his friend Edith for her entire life. Clutching his precious find, Graham hurried carefully but quickly back down the protesting stairs, the faded metal cigar box cool in his hands. Despite his eagerness to share his discovery, he took each creaking, warped step with care, not wanting to risk damaging the delicate evidence. As he descended, he imagined Edith's reaction when she learned the answers she had sought for so long could finally be within reach, hidden away in this unassuming box. Graham pictured her wise gray eyes lighting up behind her pearl-framed reading glasses, hearing her voice quavering just a little as she asked to examine the letters straight away in her trembling but determined hands. Downstairs in the parlor, Edith waited anxiously perched on the edge of the carved mahogany settee, its curved legs ending in golden claws grasping at air. She strained to listen for any hint of Graham's progress drifting down from the attic, hoping to discern the creak of floorboards or any other sign he may have succeeded in his search. Though her health and strength had grown frail over the past year, her lively mind remained as keen as ever. She was determined to continue searching for the truth about her aunt's fate, no matter where the clues might lead. The mystery had haunted her for decades, casting a shadow over her family's history. She needed to know what had really happened to poor Aunt Belle all those years ago. Edith clutched her cane tightly, her knuckles pale and fingers gnarled with arthritis. She glanced anxiously at the grandfather clock, ticking steadily in the corner of the parlor. Nearly 2 hours had passed since Graham headed upstairs to the attic in search of clues. As the late afternoon sun dipped lower in the sky outside the window, the warm light fading to a dusky orange, Edith found it harder and harder to stay seated. She shifted restlessly on the settee, her back aching, and reached again for her neglected teacup, now long gone cold. Bringing it to her lips with a slightly unsteady hand, she sipped the tepid chamomile tea anyway, needing its calming effects to soothe her frayed nerves. Where was Graham? Had he gotten hurt moving old furniture in that shadowy attic? Edith's worries mounted the longer she waited alone with only the relentless ticking of the old clock for company. She glanced again anxiously toward the attic door, willing it to open. Graham's kindness and dedication these past months had meant the world to her. She didn't know how she would manage without him now. At long last, Edith heard footsteps creaking on the attic stairs, growing louder as they descended. A moment later, Graham appeared in the parlor doorway, his hair dust-streaked but a triumphant grin on his face. He held up a small, rusted cigar tin. "I found something, old letters, telegrams. I think we may finally have the evidence we need about what really happened to your Aunt Belle all those years ago." Edith let out a cry of joy, fresh tears of relief spilling down her wrinkled cheeks. Oh, Graham, after agonizing over dear Belle's fate for so long, to think the truth could finally come to light. She took Graham's free hand in both of hers, patting it fondly. "However did you manage to uncover this hidden treasure?" Together, they gently unfolded the fragile papers across the mahogany coffee table, lined with rings from years of teacups long empty. The ink was faded in places, the looping script a bit outdated and unfamiliar to their modern eyes. They pored over the cryptic contents, pausing frequently to decipher vague references to sensitive materials. Overseas contacts promised discretion. Graham's brow furrowed as he examined one letter that mentioned Edith's relative Reginald, repeatedly insisting he personally handle the transport. Another letter referenced preparations to receive a merchant ship, urgency to be ready when it docked under cover of darkness. Their eyes met across the table, a mix of building excitement and apprehension. The coded language, the overseas shipments, the secrecy, it all pointed to one logical explanation. Reginald Collins, Edith's great-uncle, had been directly involved in smuggling Belle's murdered remains back to America, likely blackmailed into the vile task by his association with the sinister Dr. Crippen. "This confirms our worst fears," Graham said grimly, shaking his head. "It seems this Dr. Crippen was determined to cover his tracks at any cost after murdering poor Belle." Edith nodded, fresh tears spilling down her wrinkled cheeks. "And Reginald became an unwitting accomplice to hide the crime. To think our family played a part in such a horrific act." She trailed off, overcome with emotion, her frail body shaking with quiet sobs. Graham gently squeezed her frail shoulder, his eyes full of sympathy. He knew learning the ugly truth would be difficult for Edith, but a necessary step for her long overdue healing to begin. They sat in silence for a moment as Edith composed herself, dabbing at her eyes with a handkerchief. Piece by piece, a picture emerged of what likely happened a century ago. How ego and twisted obsession drove Crippen to brutally murder his wife Belle in their London home before enlisting Reginald's help to hide his gruesome crime. How Belle's butchered body was secretly exhumed from a hidden grave before being dismembered and smuggled aboard an outbound midnight ship that Reginald helped arrange passage on. How Belle was quietly transported across the vast Atlantic and buried on a remote Missouri farm under the cloak of darkness, all to prevent any hard evidence of foul play from being discovered back in England. When they finally finished reviewing the contents, Edith dabbed at her reddened eyes with Graham's offered handkerchief. "I know Reginald made grave mistakes," she said softly, thinking of the uncle she never had a chance to meet. "But perhaps in his own misguided way, he thought protecting the family name mattered above all. We must try to forgive." Graham gently squeezed her frail shoulder again in understanding. "Your aunt can truly be at peace now. Secrets like this only grow more poisonous when left to fester in the darkness. Now her story can finally be told." Edith nodded, a sad but serene smile touching her lips at the thought. Together, they surveyed the fragile evidence laid out across the table before them, the lost words of conflicted men from generations past, carefully preserved through time. Their tragic secrets were secret no more. The missing pieces were finally brought to light, granting a poor murdered woman the justice she deserved, even if it came a century too late. In the coming months, Edith and Graham worked tirelessly to track down the remote Missouri farm where Belle had been secretly buried decades prior, overcoming legal obstacles and persuading the current owners to permit an exhumation. Risking damage to the fragile remains, the long-hidden grave was slowly excavated while Edith watched anxiously from the sidelines, clutching Graham's hand for support. Finally, Belle's bones were uncovered, packed with utmost care, and transported back to England by a police escort. On a brisk autumn day beneath iron-gray skies, Edith finally laid her aunt to rest again in the family plot in London, the peaceful place she should have remained undisturbed all along. At long last, justice had triumphed over the sinister secrets corrupt men tried to bury long ago. Edith's heart swelled with love and gratitude for dear Graham, without whom the full truth would still be lost in the shadows. Now both she and her aunt could finally be at peace. The end.